Have a good one, my friend. Be safe. You betcha. Thank you. What's that? That's a good idea. Hey, did they give you a price on how much it would cost you?
I use braid, take the braid and just yank it. Oh yeah. I won't do it with kids, but
you gonna shrink it? I just need this much.
That hook out, buried it, and we even pulled one with the
okay.
In a knuckle, which usually lands a little tough.
Whoa! Put that on film if you want. That's cool. That's nice. Oh. Very cool.
Well, I think we're live, huh?
Oh yeah, I think we've been live.
Awesome.
Oh boy. Hopefully I didn't say anything bad.
You got it, my friend. Be good, be safe.
1 minute.
We good?
To see it.
What?
1 minute.
Oh,
It's
cool.
to see what it looks like when it's done.
Yeah, that's gonna be something.
So that's a good little project. There's probably 4 feet between each pile. Yeah, you can do it.
Yeah, I'm drifting right at that
Something I
window.
don't know how to do. Wonder how far those pilings go into. What's the depth here?
Oh, it's only 4 or 5 feet right now.
Oh, okay.
No.
Backlash and the lure lands on that guy's front porch.
No, I'm thinking a pike is going to take my brand new $25 Megabass jerkbait.
Pretty tough looking bait. I've never heard of it.
I love Megabass.
You turned on here?
We'll get it on smallmouth and
I got to
largemouth.
fish with Edwin Evers
Really?
4 years ago. Twice. He gave me a whole slew of Megabass.
Lines in.
Then you just
Walk the dog
almost underwater, yeah. Good searching. Are we good?
All right, 10 lines in.
Good.
We good? 8 o'clock? He'll tell me.
He was nibbling.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Head to Head Fishing. This is day 4 of Bago Bass Bash. Matt Trotz. I'm joined right next to me by Troy. What's up, Troy?
How you doing, Matt?
Good, my man. You jacked up, ready to watch some bass get caught this morning?
Yeah, hopefully we see some big bags caught today. That'll be nice.
So, again, an awesome spring morning. A little cool outside. We got that awesome wind blowing. What are you feeling like we're going to see right away?
Well, the way it looks right now is the guys haven't changed their tactics.
Yep.
They're doing the same things that they've been doing the last few days. And, you know, we see Wah Ming out here out on the lake, giving the smallmouth a fair shake. And Steve Lopez back in what I think is the same spot he ended yesterday and, you know, doing the same type of thing.
So this is setting up right here for a Mingly like crush fest, because this is the type of fishing this guy likes to do. You know, you get out in that big water, fish them open areas.
Yep.
Throw what I'm expecting is possibly a bladed jig. I didn't see it yet. Did you see it?
Right. This I would assume he's pulling a football jig again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can see him dragging it. Yep. Good morning, Dan. Good morning, everybody on the chat. What's going on? How's everybody's day starting out here? Day 4. The other cool thing about today is our new bracket format is kind of implemented today, so we're going to bring a lot more action the next 2 days, so that's going to be fun and exciting. Yep. All right, so was just informed, you can kind of see we have this is the battle here now. Justin and Mike and Mangley and Steve, that's the Fantastic Four. So those are that's the Fantastic Four. You kind of see through, and then the background will change, and then you'll see the 5th place. There you go, just see that. These are some of the anglers that are battling for that 5th place spot. Nick Schertz and Neil Wazinski. Boy, I think, and then Brian Ice and finally Matthew Ward here. Yeah, so again, you can kind of see the lateral lines or the contour lines in the background, or what we refer to as, once you see those lines change from blue to red, that's the 5th place guys, and then the colors will change again until tomorrow. We'll kind of start seeing a rainbow effect here.
Right.
Oh yeah, so we got some awesome guests joining us today. One of our main sponsors for this week has been Omega Custom Tackle. We're having Tony Malica join us around the 10 o'clock time frame, and I heard another one of the H2H anglers will be popping in after 11, so that'll be fun. Yeah, I agree. Brian says, bet these guys wouldn't recognize the sun. Oh, Nick Schertz pounding them right away. That little stretch of water there looks all too familiar.
Yeah.
I can kind of go over the payouts for you here. So the in the Fantastic Four, those anglers are battling for the 1st and 2nd place prizes. Those prizes are as of right now $5,000 for the 1st place winner. 2nd place gets $1,500. So that if you're going to see these numbers, the way they're implemented now, we're back to 100% payout.
Yep, right away. Absolutely.
Then for 3rd place, you're going to see a payout of $600. 4th will take home $5, and then 5th place will take home $4. So yep. So obviously we're going to show everybody as much love as we can today, but you're going to notice that you might see a little bit more of the Fantastic Four anglers throughout the course of the day, but obviously we're going to give the other anglers as much time as we appropriate as well. Basically, if some guy's pounding on them,
I think we're going to show the fish catches.
We're going to show the fish catches. So we talked about some of the amazing sponsors here of Head to Head. We talked about Omega Custom Tackle, a phenomenal company. We have all their baits up on the Real Shot, who is an additional sponsor for today. And finally, Sportamotive. I think we have the chat working again this morning, so I'm going to be sharing tons of links throughout the course of the 5 hours for Omega, Sportamotive. As I was diving into each company's websites yesterday when I was sharing those links that nobody saw. Oh, Tim Myers says, what's up? Starting my day off right, Tim.
Already.
How are you, Tim? I'll be throwing those links out to those companies, so make sure to go ahead and, like I always say, show them a little bit of love. Troy, what's going on, man? You jacked up this morning?
I am. I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see if Wameng can catch some fish out here, because I love smallmouth fishing out there. I know it's tough. Obviously, we saw how tough it was yesterday. And oh, we got Justin hooked up.
There's Justin. Oh, there we go.
That's going to be really close.
Yeah, he's right. That's going to be close.
I like that Kitex shirt, man. That sweatshirt, that looks nice.
Ooh, I don't know if that's going to make her. Zeros?
Yep.
So Chuck wants to know here. Let's get to Chuck's question here in a minute after Justin enters this fish.
115. Come on, baby. Squeeze it. 115.
I'd retear and wait again.
He did. Yeah, I saw it go to 0,
Yeah.
and then it went back
115.
up, and so close.
So Chuck wants to know what was the answer to the question
Right.
about the cell phone goes
Even more
dead.
here.
There are chargers in a lot of these boats. The anglers aren't on their phones a whole lot throughout
Right.
the course of the day. So
Right.
really, if the angler charges their phone fully, just before they launch, they should have no issues. But again, because the camera officials come ready for everything, for the most part, there are chargers available as well. But and we do have waterproof paper and everything like that.
Right,
so
just in case, let's say a guy drops his phone
Yeah.
or drops it in the water. I mean,
That's
you're
a good
fishing.
point.
You got a lot of guys have lost their phone, and a lot of things can happen. But yeah, having that backup paper in there is nice.
Yep.
It can always be recorded.
A lot of people are liking the payout structure, Brian, so great job on that. Again, let's give some shout outs right away this morning to these camera officials for bearing with the conditions these anglers are putting them through. The anglers are ready to fish these kind of conditions, but can you imagine filming for 5 hours in
Right.
some of these?
Yeah, like guarantee none of them have a sunburn.
Ike says, zoom in on a stash. He's kind of got that Seth Fighter. The
Yeah,
llama.
a little bit.
Jason says he's donated a couple of phones to the water.
I have to. It's nice to see that Wameng is able to fish out of the front of the boat and not have waves crashing over the bow like yesterday, and so that might be good for him to be able to fish efficiently.
Here's Mike Mann fishing that very familiar bridge. Oh,
Hooked up. You
He
can see
loves
Mike
that.
take that little bit of step back, like he knew,
Yep.
and he just waited a little bit.
well, as that bait kind of gets pushed with that current, you feel that all of a sudden that grab.
Yeah.
Let's start the morning off right, huh?
Now, I believe this is 3 days in a row. His first fish has always been a smallmouth.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. In that spot right there, it is just it's all rock underneath that
Well, that
bridge.
one away.
You will catch some largemouth
Huh?
under
That
there.
one
There's
away.
no doubt, but it primarily
I'm hoping.
stacks up with those.
He should. Zeros. Hold on. Whoop.
Looks like a decent sized fish, 2.5
Thank you, buddy.
pounder maybe.
Two, 4.
And just like the last 3 days, I
Back
think
here.
first fish has been a scoreable fish. Always.
Yep. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Every fish he's caught, like you said, has been scoreable first one or
you.
two, and then it just has seemed to drop off.
Yep.
Maybe there's only a few decent sized ones there today, and then he proceeds to catch
I had a bite on the first
tons
fat
of
cast,
smaller
but
fish, like we saw
they just
yesterday.
didn't want to take it.
So there you saw a good look at the kind of maybe answers that cell phone question. Mike actually goes an extra step and stuffs his cell phone in a glove to help keep it warm.
Oh,
And that way, too, he
Sure,
doesn't have
keeps
to
his
fumble
battery
it.
life up,
Yep.
sure.
And it doesn't have to fumble pulling it out of a pocket. So there's little tidbits that people are picking up throughout the course of the week. Well, and there's so many great companies that sell brackets for your cell phone. A lot of people have them in cars, and such like that,
Right.
so they can be played through your speakers of your cars. So, we're probably going to see stuff like that get implemented on the dashes and everything like that. Jordan Yang says, "Morning, Tony, or Troy Romo." He said, "Troy Romo." Sorry.
Jordan's going to have to let that go. This is a familiar channel cut that we've seen a few guys in. I think we saw Colin Martin in it on Monday, and I think Justin was in it yesterday again too. And obviously you can see some really good wood cover up on tight to the bank. This channel is really
Get into one.
good hook set.
Oh, it's a pike.
Ugh.
Oh, dang.
This channel's really deep in the center. You know, it can get up to 9 feet deep in the middle, which is odd for a channel. Usually they're not that deep. But so what that's going to do is it's going to tuck those fish right up tight to the bank. It doesn't have much of a gradual slope. It's off the bank and drops off pretty quickly, which makes it easy to fish. The fish are going to be pretty located up underneath that tight cover. And
So yeah, somebody had mentioned the weights from yesterday are showing up in the scoreboard. We'll get on that right away and get that corrected. But as of right now, Mike Mann is the only angler on the board with a 2-pound, 4-ounce fish. Nick Shirts again.
it was a close fish there. Yeah.
Where the big girl's at? Well, she's around there. They're hanging out with them.
Here's a good question for you right now from Nate. Says,
I think I'm gonna find him today.
What's the ideal temp for smallmouth?
Wow. Springtime smallmouth is it starts a little earlier than largemouth. You can catch them a little earlier. You know, I've caught them in water that's 34 degrees. And they'll spawn earlier than largemouth will. So, I mean, I would say right around that 48 to 50 range, when they're pre-spawn getting ready to set up, and I think that's a perfect temperature. Where we're underneath that right now, these guys are in that 43 to 47 range.
Knew about that a long time ago.
I think that's why you're seeing Mike catch so many small male fish, is they're just not there yet, getting ready to stage to spawn.
20 years. I've been fishing this for a long, long time.
Well, you just meet him by fishing over here?
Yeah. He's a walleye guy.
All right. Well, just remember, everybody
shit,
on the chat, let's keep it clean and let's try not to have any self-promotion on there. Last thing we want to do is shut the chat down. So,
Pretty much, yeah. Well, they actually have carp tournaments, but that's more spearing and stuff. Sheephead tournaments. They don't really have any northern ones, muskies, but.
oh, I see, Matt. I apologize. That's a phone leash. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. It's a good tip. That is a good tip. I apologize. I thought that was self-promotion, so disregard that message.
What? I would never hit you.
Pretty good accuracy.
You wait. A lot of times when boats pull out of spots and everything like that, they stir up the mud behind them and the fish go nuts. So always check it out.
See, that's what I like about this. I don't know nothing about fishing, but I'm gonna learn some stuff.
Well, also you see boat lifts and stuff. Wherever you see the engine on the back of that thing, when he goes to start it up and move out, he'll kick out a hole behind there. It'll be a foot different than everything else around it. That makes a big difference, especially early spring. Big difference. And right there where he jumps out, there's a 3.5, 4 foot hole right there. That's where I caught my bass the other day, my one keeper. And that spot right there will hold fish before they come into this channel. So hopefully there's some there today.
All right,
All kinds of stuff to fish. You just got to look for the little spots instead of the big spots. I love going fishing for, I call them sweet spots.
Honey holes?
Well, no, it's not even a hole. It's where there's going to be one fish there. The reason there's going to be one fish there, it's prime spot to catch fish. And one fish will just hog it. And what's cool is you can catch that one fish out of there, come back 2 or 3 hours.
Mike Mann's dropping some knowledge.
It's like we're looking at Matthew Ward here.
It's a different look for him.
Definitely.
It's kind of.
I'll bet you his boat is still wet though.
Yeah, it's not warm enough to dry out.
No.
Oh, he's hooked
Looks like
up.
he's got fish.
Game on. That one might go. That one might go.
Looks like a chatterbait fish.
I don't know.
Maybe a black
Kinda
and
light.
blue with a silver blade.
Let's start. Let's see if we can get some links shared right away this morning. And again, in order to help keep this ad-free, you support our sponsor, The Real Shot,
I don't think
and
it's gonna make it.
we will keep it ad-free. Here's an Omega
These
Rapture.
brownie would make it. These green ones.
Close.
114. Let's redo it. Zero.
Yep.
No, ain't gonna do it. See? I can catch the green ones. Alright, let's get down to business.
Sitting behind a piling.
So Justin
One thing you won't
Anderson,
get
big
in spring
supporter
or
of
year
Head to
is
Head,
a
said
good
he
white.
was at Menards yesterday and somebody
Nice
saw
warm day,
his
and they get aggressive.
into mouth sticker and he got a thumbs up.
Nice.
A lot of guys go wrong. Miss a lot of bites.
A look at Steve Lopez. Still flipping a jig, I think. Boy, he's caught a lot of fish out of this channel.
Here's a guy, you might know him, he wants to know, is it, you think we're going to see anybody throw a crankbait today? Maybe some square bill action.
I hope so. I've been asking for it the last couple days. I just haven't seen anybody throw one, and I could be wrong, but when the water's this cold, I've done really well with a crankbait in these places.
Oh, love those hook sets.
I don't know if it's going. I don't think so.
Kyle, I definitely saw your comment. Thanks, buddy.
Gotta get the first one out of the way. I'm gonna wait.
Have a great day at work.
Oh. Zeros. No. Zero. Zeros. One nine.
That would be, I don't know. You had the fish tail hit the side.
Huh?
There's a.
I'd like to tell you what crankbait that is, Dan, but I just can't afford to do that.
For real?
Yeah.
All right.
Which is barely brushed, but it brushed it.
And we have Steve Lopez is collecting his thoughts here in a short timeout break. That fish's fin, back tail fin, hit the deck.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, Matt. I'm going to say that Mike Mahan is working a Zoom centipede worm right now. It's a good possibility.
A lot of people are saying, yes, Troy, please share that information. Justin is just,
Stick.
Stick bass. Ryan asked, I think we alluded to it earlier when we saw Steve, is that the new Ghost trolling motor? It looks to be that one.
Yeah, it is.
A lot of people are curious about your square bill selection, Troy. They want to know balsa or plastic.
I have both, but actually I do a little custom painting for my own stuff. I paint a lot of my own baits. So when you buy a clear bait to paint, you can't buy an actual mega bass. You can't buy a Strike King form. You have to buy the knockoff. You have to buy something that somebody has molded after a previous bait. So I buy the knockoffs and I paint them myself.
There you go. Dan says he just ordered some Doc's Custom Rip and Wraps from TRS. He used the awesome code H2H10. So remember here, when you are shopping with therealshot.com, before you check out, enter H2H10. You'll take 10% off that order, unless one of the products you have in there is already discounted. But yeah, if you don't use it, you lose it. So it's very difficult to go back in and honor that 10% once the purchase has been made. So make sure to don't have a Nick Shirts moment and enter that in.
Right.
Get credit for that 10%. Thank you, Christy. We appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for the nice comments. The awesome chat makes our job easy. The angler's doing a phenomenal job of educating everybody. Makes our job really easy, and having Troy in here to drop some crazy knowledge on everybody also makes our job easy. So,
What the heck was that?
Troy Romo.
Don't think that's going to stick.
It'll stick. We'll push it throughout the rest of the day. It'll stick. It will stick. Russell Gehagen, he's watching Head to Head. He's going to catch up on his shop over there. So good morning, Russell. So he'll be he'll be out the rest of this week, but he'll be right back in here next week to talk walleye with everybody. Yeah, and he's not wrong. Use that H2H10 code to save on some Omega custom tackle. You can also use that on the some of their tungsten weights that are on pre-order right now. Christy says, I think it already stuck. Troy Romo.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's awesome. Joe Mans wants to know, Troy, ever catch a walleye while fishing bass in the spring?
All the time. Yes. Especially on the Winnebago system. The Winnebago system is just loaded full of walleyes. Everybody kind of knows that, and it's pretty crazy what you'll actually catch them on.
Aaron wants to know, Troy, what kind of paint do you use when you paint those crankbaits?
I use Createx paint. It's through an airbrush. If you look up Createx, you can see that there's a lot of different style paints, transparents, pearlized paints, and then to do a clear coat, I don't spray them. I use a 2-ton epoxy over the top of those so that it's nice and hard, and the 2-ton epoxy levels out real good. And you brush that epoxy on, let it dry. Seems to work for me.
Eric wants to know, or I'm sorry, Doug wants to know, any idea when you will open registration for next year? Which month? Boy, hopefully
Wow,
we're gonna...
that's awesome. If they want to,
Yeah, they're ready. Everybody's ready for 2021.
Holy cow! Well, I think all of our bass events are full.
Yeah, for this season. Again, that's something that we'll probably try to have hammered out before the first of the year, if not sooner than that. It really just depends on where all this COVID stuff kind of plays out for the remainder of the season here. But yeah, I would say our goal would be to have all that 2021 information filled out and figured out by January 1st, if not sooner than that. Kyle says, I dip my custom colored cranks in concrete sealer because concrete's in my blood.
That's interesting. I've never heard that.
Packed in here, aren't they?
It's Brian Eisch.
A lot of guys will use they'll dip them in a polyurethane, so they'll have a polyurethane in a glass jar and dip them in that, and that works. And a lot of guys will spray clear on too.
Yeah.
Just depends on what durability you
Or
want
they gotta
on
go
your finish.
opposite, otherwise it doesn't work.
Nick are there any openings for some of the bass
If I get
events?
down here and don't see nothing, we're motoring out.
Here's the registration page, and you can check them out right there.
I can already tell this is a ghost town. Let's go.
Heading on out.
Yep.
We're not going far though, you said, right?
300 yards?
It's been a pretty slow morning. Yesterday, I think by this time we had our technical difficulties. We didn't get to see a few of them, but we had
Rotate the
4 or 5 good fish on the
based
board.
on where you put it down last. So when you bring it up, it goes to the exact position it was.
Raymond also asked, do you dip jointed baits in epoxy as well?
Ooh, I don't know if I don't know. I've never done a jointed
We're
bait.
smallies, but I don't think they were.
I don't know if I would dip a jointed bait
You
just
thought they were
because of
hard?
the where they're attached.
Sure
You
seemed
could
to
always
me
get
the way
the
they
epoxy
were
or the
kind of
polyurethane
avoiding the
off of
boat,
those
and then
rings that attach that
cruise
bait,
fast,
but
and then they'd hit
I
the
think I
little
would brush
spurt
that or spray it.
Kicked her into turbo for a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kyle says you might be able to dip one side of the jointed bait at a time.
Sure.
Good morning, everybody. We got some people working from home. Got some people listening, taking a break. Dylan had asked, he says, I wonder if we took a poll, what level of productivity is for those of us that are still working while H2H is on. TRS and H2H, my boss would like to have a few words with you.
Right.
Looking at Steve Lopez, Meng Lee's camera is out for a second, but now we're back to Mike Mann and Justin. Kevin says, who is leading and how many day tournaments? This is a 5-day event. Right now, if you look at the top underneath the Bago Bass Challenge, you can see the Fintastic 4. So any angler that's under that Fintastic 4 logo or title are fishing for the top prize to move into tomorrow's event for $5,000. And then the background will change. You can see the light blue color there in the contour lines. The background will change, and it'll also say 5th place underneath that title event of Bago Bash. Those are the anglers that are fishing for that 5th place.
Nothing more aggravating than when you know there's fish there and they won't bite.
Yeah, we can really tell the bite's off this morning. By this time, in the last 2 days, Mike Mann has put, let's just estimate in an hour or so, half hour, whatever, he's had 10 fish in the boat. Not a lot of smaller ones, but he's not even getting those small ones to bite. I don't think he'll give up on this area. He obviously knows it really well. He's got a lot of confidence in it. He's sitting there, and he'll probably go back out to his other area that maybe we'll see him toss his anchor again. He'll go back out there, and I'm sure he'll revisit this sometime today.
Well, we kind of heard him mentioning, he goes, it's frustrating when he knows that there's fish in that spot.
Exactly.
And he just can't get him to trigger.
So, what's he got? Jerkbait? Being that I know Mike really well, I wanted to send him a text last night and just say, please throw a crankbait underneath that. And I haven't seen him throw a crankbait yet, but that may be what it needs. Instead of that finesse technique to go through there, he may need to throw something like that jerkbait and a crankbait under there to trigger a bite.
Well, we watched Brian and I and Zach and his wife at the Bassmaster Classic 2 years ago. We watched Ike and Nelly fish a somewhat similar spot like this where he was kind of in the backwater, and he was throwing a DT10 in a very similar situation, bringing it off a ledge, off a rock ledge, and he absolutely pounded the fish on that crankbait. And the conditions were very much similar to what we have right here. So please, somebody just put Troy at ease, Troy Romo at ease, and just throw a crankbait.
Come on.
Do it before Troy starts throwing stuff in here, everybody.
I'll throw crankbaits around in here.
Oh. The cool thing is I like watching the bass fishing side is, like Justin, if you watch him, you mentioned this yesterday, they almost do the step back, right?
Yeah.
When they flip into an area, they step back automatically because they really, really strongly believe that there is a fish
Every
in
flip.
that spot.
You have to. Yeah, if you don't, you'll miss them.
Sean, a lot of the lineups for the events go to the head-to-head Facebook page, so you can check them out there.
Please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say 10? Yes, it was a DT6, Kyle. Thank you. Because, yeah, he was screaming in
So
the
maybe
face.
at some point we could get Mike to throw a DT6, and we could say, in your face, into mouth.
Into mouth, yep. That's Ike's into face. We got into mouth. There's been a lot of people sending pictures in as well of they're out fishing and hashtagging H2H into mouth. It's awesome. Yeah, Cheyenne says, anybody that lives out by that bridge, go out there and yell at them.
Stand on the bridge and heckle them.
Now we're looking at a spinnerbait.
Yep. Now watch. I'll throw it way out there. Watch it track over to the piling. And it's on the piling. Oop, hit the piling. There we go. Adjust it a little bit more. There we go. The grease in this reel does not like cold weather. That goes over to the left there and boom. Wham. Hit that one. Wham. Hit that one.
Troy, can you kind of talk about what Mike's doing there, adjusting that crank or that spinnerbait?
Well, this is a bait that Mike actually designed.
Inside wall here.
It's
We're gonna go through
a
the bridge.
bait that's got a bill on it that you can pull out
See
and
how that
adjust.
works?
It's got a little O-ring that holds that bill in place. So it's actually a spinnerbait with a crankbait style bill on it. It doesn't wobble like a crankbait, but when it's in the water, you can turn that bill and it'll make that bait go left or go right. So what he's doing is he's throwing it down along this seawall, and that bait will turn. Now you see it? Watch it turn. So it hits and it turns. Mike designed
Throw
that,
it way down here. Watch how far off I can be. Throw it in the middle down here.
and he did that with a
Oh, watch, it'll still go over there.
spinnerbait.
Let that thing go.
Look at it turn over to the side like that. You know, it does roll on its side a little bit. I think if he slows it down, it won't roll.
You got a
But
spinnerbait, buzzbait, and a swim jig. It does
exactly, he's just telling you right there.
Green
Spinnerbait,
stuff there.
buzzbait, swim jig.
Yes. Not the time of year for banging off and stuff yet.
Kyle Weston's right. It is called the bump and run.
Nick Shirts.
That's a penalty, huh? Yep.
He curveballed me.
We'll weigh him. And we got to take a penalty.
I'll make it.
That one looks good.
Weigh it.
Rose.
2-3.
2-2.
2-2.
2-2.
There you go.
Unfortunately, Nick takes a fish landing penalty there. I think it might have hit the seat coming in.
Oh, you saw him bring that phone out.
He's
Sure
not
that
going to make that mistake
this
again.
one gets entered into the Way Live.
It's going to make me log in again.
Yeah, you probably have to. Yeah, to here. Wind plays a role.
thought that other spot though was catching enough wind that it would be riled up a little bit too.
Yeah, it was really clear in there.
Wasn't too much.
I think that's why I was getting them on a jerkbait, but they just weren't there. My sense tells me no sense in throwing a jerkbait in mud. It's a visual thing.
Good look at Matthew Ward there throwing that chatterbait parallel in the structure, keeping that bait
Wake 'em up.
tight to the docks, tight to the pilings, and when you're fishing by yourself, you don't have anybody in the back fishing. That's a really good way to go about it, just to keep that bait in that strike zone. As long as you know the fish are tight to cover. Sometimes in these channels, those fish are 3-4 feet off the bank. I think Brian Eich might be the first guy we've seen throwing a crankbait.
I gave it a little run and
Time to get busy.
Get jiggy with it.
Getting jiggy with it. I'm sure I'll make plenty of screw up pitches with this. A lot heavier than them I was throwing yesterday. Yep.
Fake them out with that first pitch.
Jerry, the winners are planned to receive a trophy at the end of the season, unless COVID tells us differently. We had a award show all planned out.
You don't set your brakes right, you're asking for problems. I'm having those problems right now.
Learn on the fly.
Keeps catching at the tip.
Could have a little ice buildup, possibly. He's just kind of catching there.
I don't know. It is cold enough, even though he is in shorts.
Right.
Can't miss him though.
So all penalties start after the weigh the fish or so on and so forth. Then they, on the Weigh Live
Where'd that come from?
scoreboard there, they actually have the abilities to activate the 2-minute countdown. So remember, during penalties, the only thing they should be doing is just continuing to keep the boat safe, the angler safe, the camera official safe. That's it. They can't do anything else. You got a timeout for a reason. Yes. There we go. Here we go.
I don't think that's cool.
That's a good look at that bladed jig.
Yep.
It's gonna be close. I'll try not to. Let's see. It's gonna be close. 114.
Zeros.
$111. Thank you.
Got you, man. I'm gonna have some fun.
No, you can't. You can't do anything during a penalty. It's just sit there.
Watching Nick flip that tube. Same tube he's been flipping the last couple days.
Oof.
Oh, it might be a little. Oh, a little better fish.
Tackle wrecker.
Boy, was he right under that bush?
Yep.
My goodness. I thought for sure that was the one I was looking for, just by where he was at.
Right back to that black and purple tube.
Yep.
That's one of those hooks that you shake from. Skipper right in that bush.
You're like,
I'm
that
like,
should be money.
that was money. Wrong species.
But you're on the predator team. You catch them all. Do you use rods with micro guides?
I've got a little bit of everything.
I hate them.
I need my bass rods, I don't.
Shouldn't say I hate them. I'm not liking it right now. There we go. Wind's got us booking.
Yeah, a little bit of wind makes a huge difference.
It was a big bass. Stepped out a 3-pounder right there. Jumped at my bait. You know that? If I'd have been fishing a little slower, I would have caught that. I guess I gotta be fishing slower. Just have fun today, yes. You're not leaving this area. Work slow and steady.
I think that pike was a home wrecker for those bass.
Yes, I'm just gonna keep fishing. I know I'm in the right area. What? We're back. Supposed to show you. Remember your rights, right?
Oh no.
So we had to put up something that we had a lot of cockles, that used to breed around that area. And a lot of bass my kids would catch, but
Justin's got a
largemouth
spectator clapping for him.
Thank you. It's not gonna weigh. I'm not even gonna check that one. I know it ain't going 2 pounds. I better to be safe, but I don't think it's gonna even come close.
Yeah, I think Nick's got a good point. It's funny how some are dressed to the T's with you know, full AFCO gear, full rain suits, and then you got look at Justin. He's just a natural spring day.
Right.
Like 109, 110.
Looks pretty comfortable in there where he's at.
Ain't gonna do it. $1.7.
Close match we got going on here. Neil must have caught a fish off camera.
Tim Meyer, who was an angler and a cameraman as well, said that Justin left his bibs at home.
Oh.
What do you feel is the advantage of having such small eyelets in a
I think
jigging
it
application?
keeps your line from bouncing as much. But I like fishing braid to leaders, and right now it's not liking that.
You know, the water clarity is actually pretty clear in
catching
here.
where you have your connect.
Might even go to a green pumpkin.
So I might have to switch to my other rod. I got a couple rods tied up with this today. I don't like retying, so if I know I'm going to be doing something most of the day, I'll have a couple rods already rigged.
This camera checked that everything seemed to be tight. Still having some audio issues once in a while.
Big time hook set.
Yeah, you saw Steve feel that bite and just wait a little bit and make sure that he had that fish on there.
He's got the tail in his mouth. Same fish. It's kind of cool for TV. It is. The bigger ones seem to bite later. You got an update? Nothing?
They're still working on some stuff.
So we heard Steve ask about an update. He's wondering what his competitor have. Now, biggest thing is he can go into the Way Live on his phone and see what Mangley has.
Yes.
He's just electing not to. So that's one thing that, you know, they have the abilities to find out what their competitor
Right, they
have.
don't have to rely on the cameraman to give him that update.
Oh, did I say that wrong? I say Mangley. I meant, yeah, it's Mangley.
Yep,
he's
it's me.
fishing against. Yep.
You heard him say that you could see the tail in that fish's mouth. What I'm assuming happened is that small fish bit the end of his jig and pulled his jig trailer off and ate that, and then he put a new jig trailer on, flipped in there next pitch, and caught that same fish. Nick hooked up with a smaller fish, it looks like.
I think he's short. tucked into a corner here. I can scale him quick just to make sure, but I'm sure it's short. It just feels a little heavier than the other skinny ones. You know what I mean?
Yep. Don't hurt to put him on there.
He's only going to be £1.5, £1.10, but whatever.
Tim would ask a question.
Yeah,
is
£1.9. That's the smallest one I've weighed, but just make sure I'm not being silly.
Do you know what kind of boat Lopez is in?
I do not.
Got some Mike Mann fans chiming in. Kent says, where were all these fish during Dinkfest the other day?
Right.
I'm gonna try.
This is a particular spot we saw Mike sit in yesterday and, you know, maybe catch 10 small largemouth.
It was like 110.
Yeah.
Casey Meyer believes he's in a nitro.
It's really good. Good thing you got one in. Got one on already.
Come on, big man. Oh, we'll have 4 or 5 today. Maybe more. You don't want to burn up too many fish, but I don't want a mustache.
I can't believe that person parks their boat in there.
What?
It's like it's gonna fall over.
Where are you talking?
That little garage deal. The green one?
Oh, the green one. Oh, yeah. That's been like that for a long time. It's bad.
I'm assuming that used to be standing up more.
It was wild as they put a new roof on it.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that. I was like, why even waste your time?
That's the weird part. You know, put money into it. Do something with it.
They're joking around about a boathouse in that channel.
Yeah.
I would have torn it off, torn it down, and put a little carport if I didn't have enough money or something just to cover it.
That is wild.
When you go over to that other ritzy spot, and it's like, man, everybody spent a fortune on theirs.
That would be a fortune down there, that's for sure.
Now this little channel that Justin's in there, he's out. But the further he goes back in there, the shallower it gets, and if it actually tees back there, it comes to a T. And if he goes left, it gets real shallow. It actually gets kind of choked out in the summertime. But I'd be curious if we can get him on camera if he's back in that, tucked in there, with some cattails and reeds in there. If he's going to catch more fish.
I'm only gonna let that do
way
that
in
a
the
couple
back.
more times. I'm gonna switch freaking poles. I got this.
Something keeps moving up there, but I don't know what it is. Weird. Small, whatever it is.
Justin says, let's see here. Is there a lot of channels and canals like that back around this, where, you know, the Bago system?
Yeah, there is a ton of channels in the Bago system. Lake Poygan and
Come on, big boy.
Lake Winnebago have a lot of channels and cuts to fish. Lake Winnebago, 90% of your channels are on the west shore. The east shore doesn't have too many. And on Poygan, it's kind of,
Yeah. On a
I would say half and half. I think there's more channels on the south side of the lake than there is on the north, but there's definitely a lot of little cuts to fish. You know, we're only seeing, you know, like we've seen Nick fish here 3 days. You know, we're only seeing just a few of these cuts. There's a lot of them to get into.
Nick Shirts again.
Looks like he's acting like it's a little better one, maybe.
Nice. Heartbreaker. That's still short, probably.
fish has got a nice little belly to it. Hopefully it weighs.
Thank you. We've seen Nick put, what, maybe 4 fish in the boat this morning?
Yeah.
And a little more action than he had
more, yeah.
yesterday. Yesterday he had a really slow day until the afternoon picked up for him.
Just 111.
111.
Oh,
This fat little guy.
looked like it was going to weigh.
Yeah, I knew I wasn't gonna make it, but
Well, the future looks bright for this system to have a lot of
Chubby little
15-inch fish and 2-pound fish next year. So it looks really good.
a little subtle bite too. There.
Back in the days when
Don't like the hole yet.
yeah, when you used to run up river and stuff, you go around the corners, the back end take out on you and be like, where am I going here? And you're in a tight river, you can't have that. And then the other bad problem is when you came into a no wake, you slide and go right through into the no wake and get a ticket. And then sometimes you stop way ahead of time and it actually would stop and you didn't want it to stop. You plan on the slide and it doesn't do it. So
Yeah, we are running the same
that
camera
was my thing.
people with the anglers every
much is a
day
ticket
just
like
to,
that?
you know, deal with all the
160,
stuff that's going on in the world right now.
Or is it just a slow?
So we are just after 9 o'clock here, so that means we're, you know, into some awesomeness here.
they love you.
I'm going to step out
What's
for a
terrible is
short
they'll be
break. We
DNR out there,
actually
they'll
have an
target you
angler
more,
in
they'll target
house,
the freaking,
Kelly Jackson. A lot of you may
regular guys.
refer to
It's
Kelly
crazy.
as
I don't
the
get it.
crazy hat wearing guy.
The swearing unicorn.
Swearing
They love
If
it.
I'm going to be Troy Romo, he's going to be the
Swearing unicorn. So I'm going to step out. I'm going to let Troy
It's been
Romo
the
do
most
some
funny
interviewing with
industry
him.
kind
They're
of
going to
thing.
talk
They'll pick on
tactics,
us
what
compared to the guy that just
worked,
goes out and
what
buys a license
didn't
and
work
fishes
on Kelly's day of fishing.
Or doesn't
So,
buy the license and still
well, I'll be back a little bit later on, and then remember around 10 o'clock we're going to have Tony Malica be stepping in. He's going to have a Omega Custom prize pack. So
24, I think.
enjoy the show, everybody, and I'll be back in a little bit.
I get a guide's license plus, so I don't know.
Oh, you gotta do any like schools for that, or just
Guiding,
apply
no.
for- Just apply for license.
It's gonna be close. I don't think that's making it either. Zeros. $112.
Morning, Kelly. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you, Troy?
I'm doing all right.
Looks like a slower day out there today.
Very slow today. Yeah, guys are catching a few. You know, yesterday we saw the board just light up with some decent-sized fish in the morning, and hasn't been that way.
No, a little different weather today, though.
Yeah.
It's definitely more overcast. Wind is totally different direction.
Right.
It's a whole new day.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know as well as I do and a lot of these other anglers, sometimes you get into these channels from day to day, you have to kind of relearn what they're doing and where they're at. They don't set up in the same spots day to day.
No, I mean, they can move 15 feet, they can move 5 feet, or they can be in the same spot, but you can hit them in the head.
Right.
And they won't eat anything.
I think the biggest thing that happens with these channels this time of year is you have such a push of fish to come in. So, you know, you might have a group of fish that come in that will just set up on hard style banks, riprap, rock, and then the next group might come in and they're just going to focus on the wood.
Maybe. Gosh, that other one was bigger, much bigger.
We're seeing a lot of these small fish, you know, which you and I know this
They're full
system,
of
it has a
just
lot of these size
so
fish
many
in it.
in
You
here,
always
and I
wonder,
just-
geez, when are they going to grow up, right?
This time of the year,
Yeah.
Gotta hook the right
the water
ones.
cooled off, and now you've got some of these little buck males that are just coming in to check
think
and
it's
see what's going on, and
Zeros.
essentially checking to see what's
close.
happening.
Right.
And that's what a lot of these guys are catching.
115. I'm gonna weigh it again.
115.
You have to zero it out and try one more time with that.
For sure.
Zeros.
Zeros.
Went down, not up. 114.
Would have gone up 2 ounces, would have been nice.
My family's been really mad at me the last 2 days because I've been in the hanging, you know, where I'm in the lead and I go, oh, I'm going to save my fish, and I take off, and all of a sudden they catch back up. It's like panic mode.
Yep.
So I got to get a big lead today. I've been ordered to. We will. I just have not been using my spots. I don't want to. Till tomorrow. Tomorrow's a big day. But I don't.
So, Kelly, you know where Brian's at right now.
Yep.
This is an area outside, and you were actually in here a little bit too.
I was. I popped in for a little bit.
What do you think's going on in this area? Why are we not seeing fish in here like we are in some of the other areas? And I'm very familiar with this area as you are, and you know, notoriously it's great when the water's cold.
There we go.
That'll weigh. I hope.
Should.
That one should weigh.
It's going to be close.
Especially on today,
Nope.
these fish are going to be real
Nope,
tight.
she's
and
not
short.
good.
A little thinner than
Back
that.
Yeah,
out
she
of the
doesn't
water.
have any weight.
Yeah.
Zero's confirmed. Oh,
That
is that
one's
still
got a little
flashing
belly
zero
to
on
it.
top? Yeah, confirmed. A little belly on her though.
1.7.
It's camera adds weight.
King of
It
Swords.
really does.
When that fish came out of the water, it looked like it was going to weigh. There's a lot of them in these channels right now. It's
What was
the time
that
of the
under?
year.
It was under a lund. You got to refine your pattern a little further.
I gotta find Lund boats.
Maybe.
Interesting though.
Splashing in there.
Huh?
Said all the minnows are splashing in there.
Well, it's interesting that I caught a fish out of there and they're still splashing.
And he made a good comment there. There's a lot of
Tells me
bait
there's
fish, a
Well,
lot
the
of
fish
shiners
wasn't
in the
chasing
system
them.
right now. Yeah, especially
Yeah,
in
it
these
tells
channels.
me there might be more than one.
Everywhere you look, you'll see bait balls.
Problem is you
of-
don't know which of these
of minnows.
Minnows?
going
dock
everywhere.
things have
Yeah,
cross
they're-
beams underneath them.
They're coming in there to try to find a little bit of warmer water. They're coming into that runoff from the street culverts and things. They come into those,
Yeah.
which, you know, then that brings the crappies in.
Told you.
And oh, look at that! Back to
Look
back.
at that. We're back to back.
That's a good one.
That one weighs.
Shit, that's a penalty.
Yep.
Broke them
The
off.
line broke.
Yeah, I broke my knot.
Pretty good place for it to break.
But he got lucky and that
I'll take
landed
it.
in the boat.
Yes.
That's a penalty we're taking.
I was right though. There was another one there. Zeros.
Zeros.
Two 7.
2.7 confirmed.
2.7. I'll take it.
Good scoreable fish for Brian.
Mwah! Thank you.
Good way to start it. You got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
I thought he was asking. Guess he wasn't. Looked like an idiot.
You know, and a lot of with these channels, like I said, it all comes down to the food sources. The minnows are following the food.
Yep.
The bluegills, crappie, perch, they're following the minnows. The
Right.
bass, pike.
2 pounds 7 ounces,
It's
correct?
all
Correct.
Yep.
the food chain.
Good.
Brian doing a good
Partner
job.
has nothing
confirming
so
his
far.
Weights in.
All right. Now,
It's tough when you forget that.
Yep, it just ran through the weight update.
As we saw yesterday, that's
Yoid.
a hard way to go.
Boats, back-to-back weekends.
That one fish can
on
make
three
all the
bodies of
difference.
Back to Mike Mahan and Justin Colput.
That's one of my highlights.
Mike seems to be struggling a little more today. I don't know.
A little bit.
He's not
Yep.
catching as much fish as he was
Not bad.
yesterday.
No,
and the
not
ones
at
that
all.
he is catching
No, it was awesome.
are definitely small.
I'm assuming
Yeah.
what you pay in taxes, 5.
I don't know, clue. I don't pay attention at the time. I just do it.
I'm assuming you get it and then they hand you a fucking tax form.
Yeah, it's what it is.
Such
It's what it is.
it's just a shame.
Looks like he's
Well, you
fishing
won
different
something. You
areas
gotta pay
today
taxes
too.
on it.
I mean, he started out at the bridge where he started out. All
Yeah,
week.
right now he's actually just on the other side of the bridge, just facing the other way. His boat's facing north right now. He's just turning around, throwing back at the bridge from the other
You
direction.
don't have to, but if you had to, I mean, it's well worth it.
You know, it's interesting.
Just got
He
a
hasn't
brand new
really
boat.
ventured
Or
away
sell the
from
boat
this
if you don't have
bridge.
it.
So if you look straight down that channel,
that should have been a fish right there.
the largemouth will go in and spawn in that channel. They spawn along those seawalls in there.
They just don't love me today.
A lot. I'm surprised that he hasn't ventured just a little bit further into these
Everyone
channels.
keeps telling me to stop fishing the
He'll
nursery.
turn and go left instead of he's turning right here. He'll turn and go left and go up that channel a little bit. But he's really focused on that bridge, on the outside of the bridge where that that channel meets the lake.
There's your crankbait.
There is a crankbait.
You're just grinding that along that gravel that's down this whole channel.
Yep.
Seeing if you can get a reaction bite.
So Kelly, go through your week of practice up to this.
Oop, there he's got a fish.
Yep. And look how far out he caught that. See how far, you know, he threw parallel to that. How far out that fish was. And that just shows you that these fish, not all of them are
he
sitting
choked it too, baby.
right up tight. There's the square bill we've been talking about.
I threw one a little bit in during my day on Tuesday, just trying to see if I could pick some up off of gravel, flatten it. Unfortunately, it was so wind blown where I was.
And you were on a main lake gravel flat,
Yes.
which is definitely different than in here.
Correct.
Yes.
You know, the week leading up to pre-fishing, we had 55-degree water. It was a whole different ball game.
Yep.
The fish were definitely thicker into these channels.
I think that one's gonna go.
And with the snow and the cold the night before the Tuesday event that I was in, it chilled almost 10 to 12 degrees of water temp.
Okay.
Did not help my case.
Did it get dirty at all? The
It
wind,
got
or
very
did
dirty.
Did it?
Gosh, 113. I'll reweigh it.
So close.
Come on,
Been
give
a
me
lot of
one.
that today.
So as you were prepping for the tournament coming up, you had some fish located. I had talked to you. It was, I think, the week before,
Yep.
and you knew you had some fish located. You knew where they were, and they were in typical spots that they come in the spring. And you think those fish are still there, or with that severe drop in temp, do you think that they pulled off
Been
a
waiting
little
for
bit
this
and
bite all
moved
week.
out, or are they just sitting
Right
up there
there.
just tight-lipped, not wanting to bite?
Some of them sat there. I could see some of them on my live scope,
Okay.
but they pretty much lock up, and there's nothing you could do to catch
Sure.
them. Some of them moved out. The water got real.
There we go.
There's another one. Early season, a red crankbait is dynamite.
Yep.
In a lot of these cuts or on your main lake points, it's a go-to.
Yep. I've done really well. You know, the watercolor, a lot of these channels are the same. You can see it's not real clear in here.
But it's not chocolate milk
But
either.
it's not chocolate
That's just
milk. It's not
113.
pretty. I've done really well on a black and chartreuse crankbait.
111.
As it clears up, you go. I personally switch over to your silver and black back versions. But
Correct.
in this dingy water, real early, that bright orange is definitely the way to go.
You can see him pumping that crankbait. He might be just bumping the bottom with that thing.
Well, this particular channel that he's in is only about 4 feet deep,
In
so
the-
a square
in the
bill
middle,
is gonna ricochet off all that gravel on the bottom.
It's another thing we really haven't seen any anglers do is fish that center channel, fish the middle, fish that area out off the bank a little bit.
And a lot of the time you will. There we go again.
That's a bigger one.
That looks like a much nicer fish. But then again, it can be deceiving.
We've been wrong before.
No. Bet you it's 113.
zeros.
You know, like you were talking, here's an example of fishing down the center.
Right.
112.
Yeah.
He's stuck on that 111, 112, 113.
Hey, numbers at this point, he keeps catching. He's going to come across
get
some
another
bigger
one
ones.
in the same exact
Sometimes
spot.
you have to sort through the little
How
ones
many
to
are
get
out there?
catchable fish. And what he's doing now is he's fishing not quite the center, but he's
just off of
fishing
that edge,
off
yep.
that bank on that little break there. And a lot of the times, if you can get into, you know, two of them, there's going to be more with it. It's not one fish here, one fish there.
See that big dead catfish?
Looks like Justin's still in the same channels that he's been in, just slowly flipping.
Yeah.
Flipping what looks like a black jig.
Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you.
You know, you can see, and you're familiar with the channel he's in, and you can see on his right-hand side the weeds that are along the bank there. As deep as this channel is, the weeds don't really grow out any further than that. It really just drops off into kind of nothing, and the fish don't, as from what I've seen, is they don't really sit out in the
just
channel
took a feather off
in this
a
one.
bird.
Because it is so deep.
Did you see that?
Mike almost got himself a flying bird.
Sorry.
Little Randy Johnson action right there.
Just a little. It was close. But yeah, see, a lot of the time in
Glad
this
I didn't catch
particular
him.
channel
Yeah.
that Justin's in, they will sit under tight with their backs to the bottom of those weeds.
Right on the, yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
And wait for stuff to either swim by or drop through. Being that they're an ambush predator, they're always looking for a hiding spot.
So I was in here during the state tournament 2 years ago, and I was skipping a frog, and you see on the right side there's that grass that hits the water, and in when it's grown up in the summer, that grass actually hangs in the water a little bit, and you had to skip your frog up inside that grass.
Well,
And
that bank
believe
is
it or
also
not,
undercut too.
They are up under that grass as tight as you can get that bait to shore. The second that frog would hit the water, under that grass, I'd get a fish. And the angler that was with me, the co-angler that was with me, was just shocked at how tight these fish held to the bank. Being that there is good cover off the bank, but these fish hold super tight to cover in here.
But and again, it depends on the weather too. And with that bank being slightly undercut, it gives them the perfect ambush point to hide in there. Looks like Justin's mainly focusing on wood so far today. Mike is on the move a lot more today than we have seen
a little bit
previously too. You know, we were talking about my plans coming into this, and I had found good fish around Asylum, and I had found a lot of them.
Okay.
I was relying on mainly wood cover for my fish and a couple main lake points. The spinnerbait, wow.
Just like that.
Just
Spinnerbait
like that
picks
right
it up
there.
and on cue.
Speaking of spinnerbaits.
Oh, that one's gonna make it.
Yes, sir. I knew that spinnerbait come through for me.
Looks like a really nice one there.
That is a good fish.
Got the trailer hook down in there.
Good 2.5. That might be
in the mall.
2 3/4.
I'd say.
It's gonna be close. It's got a bit of a belly. And a lot of what he's doing is what I had planned to do around Asylum and all that. Unfortunately, the water temps dropped and that put an end to what my plan was. That's why I went out and started fishing
First
points
one on
and
the spinnerbait this week. I
trying to
knew it
pick
was
up
going to
smallmouth.
happen. I thought maybe today with the overcast we could make her happen.
Yep.
You know, but here's a good example of why this format is so good.
Yep.
Putting that fish in a live well would not be good
210.
for it.
Right. 210.
I got 2.9.
2.9.
Okay.
210.
210.
Yep.
Okay, that extra
Real
ounce
nice
matters.
fish. Yes, as we saw earlier in the week.
But you know, this
Chunker.
is where releasing that fish back
Beautiful
into
chunker.
the water is going to be much better for
Definitely.
it. It's got a better chance.
Yep. Now that fish wasn't hooked deep. It wasn't hooked in the gills. Sometimes when fish they fight like that, they just tend to bleed from their gill plate and their gills, and it's not a big deal. Release them, the blood will stop.
I'm cautious.
He's quick draw.
Bet he won't make that mistake
Nope.
again.
Put you back in the lead.
No. Yeah, that's heartbreaking. It's you know, Nick had a good comeback yesterday, good day. Now he sits with two fish at 4 pounds and 12 ounces.
He's throwing exactly the same way. That was 100% my plan coming in.
Yep.
And I had found good fish. Like I said, I had talked to you.
Yep.
And I wasn't on anything big, but it was a good 2.5 pound average.
Okay.
And I hate to say it, but it all fell apart. The train derailed that morning when I launched a boat and saw 33-degree water
and
temp.
it's crazy how weather can affect the bite when you are fishing shallow. Weather doesn't affect them when they're deep as much, but we don't have deep water here.
Figure Winnebago is 18 feet
Right.
deep at the absolute deepest.
Oh wow, the cormorants are fishing for perch. They're going crazy.
That lake the lake is pretty much a mud bowl.
Yes.
So,
Yeah,
I'm
if you
not
can
gonna
go
leave
out in
for a little
18
bit
feet
yet.
of water and catch a
I'm not gonna
bass,
leave for a little bit yet. So.
you're one heck of an angler because there is nothing out there.
I just don't really like doing it in the channel.
Oh, no one's watching.
Go in there, you always got a conversation.
So my fancy hat collection. It's been kind of a culmination. The unicorn is the matching one to my 6-year-old daughter.
You're not going to find a more
Emma.
knowledgeable
So
staff.
we both have
Either.
the same hats.
If you're an amateur, or just get frustrated, go in there. They'll
Liz
point you in the right direction.
Timberg made me my unicorn, my cow hats, and stuff like that. The other ones that I still haven't brought out, those are for later tournaments. They've been kind of found here and there all over the U.S. traveling for work. But it's just something fun that, you know, people won't forget them.
That's right. Gives us something to talk about. And now you got I don't know if it's a cool nickname, but now you got a nickname.
Well, it's better than some of them. You know, last year in Wisco, everybody saw the unicorn hat several times.
Yeah.
They've seen my cow hat.
Oh
It's
gosh,
just something
smoked
fun.
it.
Another
Oh, that's
crankbait
a
fish.
giant.
Oh, he's got a choke.
Oh gosh!
Oh, heartbreaking.
Wow.
You know, that's
He
a
had it
problem
buried,
with treble
too?
hook
Oh,
fish.
God, that hurts.
Oh.
Boy, if Steve might be on something here, if he can continue with this, I know he doesn't have any fish to weigh yet, but obviously you saw there he's got the potential to hook
hate
some good ones. And
This.
He is in
Treble
the
hook
right
game.
area. And
changes
he's throwing the right
whole
bait
aspect.
because he has caught more fish in the past 10 minutes than
Yes.
he did all morning.
Right.
So he's onto something. He's got a pattern rolling right
I'm
now.
gonna catch him.
But yeah, I've got extra hats
Can't
that
say no
I'm
to
going to
it.
be displaying through the rest of Wisco this year. So that'll be fun.
Yep.
And I'm always looking for more new suggestions.
Oh boy, you just opened up
3 1/4.
a new bag.
Yeah.
You're
Oh,
gonna
I'm
get
sure.
some hats that you're really not going to want to wear.
Yeah, my sense of humor, I would still rock it out. I mean, come on, green hair, goatee.
Yeah.
It's always changing. It's always
Right.
trying to do something fun. You know, it sounds silly, but is that, you know, sometimes that what happened to Steve is
It's like
really hard
Nick's
to
or
recover
Neil's
from.
hooked up here.
But it's a fish nonetheless.
That one my way.
Try it. Try it. You gotta get the line up. Cold here.
Boy, it really looks like Neil's in a different world there. He's all dressed up.
On scale. Why the heck do you have the master touch and I don't? I'm just like,
I've got that magic touch.
I guess so.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. £1 10 ounces.
Another one
Probably
just
not
short.
scoreable. What a good fish. You through the system's healthy. A lot of good size young fish. It's always a good. Who's this behind us?
Now, we seen, did Wamang stay on the lake, or has he moved?
I don't know. I think they were talking before. He's moving around the lake a little bit, and they're having a little tough time getting some cell service and camera issues here, getting back up on screen here.
Thanks, Daryl. I would definitely wear a crocodile hat, and you know that. You and I had talked about that last year at a couple of the Wisco events. Swing and a miss from Justin, but, you know, hook sets are free.
Yes,
you never know.
Still flipping that black and blue jig.
Looks like we're riding with Matthew Ward right now.
Oh, Mike Mann.
Oh, Mike Mann.
Yep.
That's right. They both have the
Red and white boats, yep. I can tell that's Mike's. He's got the 200 mile an hour tape on his net there.
Hey, essentials and all.
Yep.
He just needs some zip ties and it's complete. Well, we got a close battle here between Nick and Neil.
Yeah. Neil must again put another fish in on off camera. And
9:30.
Looks like Nick is staying in the same area that he's been the past 3 days too.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. You know, he was just checking the time, see if he makes an adjustment, makes a move. I gotta believe he's got other areas that are that he's practiced in and that are holding some fish. I think he just really believes it in this little channel here that he's got some good quality, which he's shown on day one, but not so far yesterday and today.
Stole across.
Looks like Nick is still burning that spinnerbait down that rock shoreline.
Yeah, you can see he's heading back down into that channel. And at the end of that channel is where he's really done most of his damage.
In that little section of docks and all that in there.
Yep. But like all of these channels, you know, we've got fish that are coming in daily, hourly. There's fish moving into these channels. They're going to follow these riprap banks. They're going to follow these in. It's a good strategy. He did the same thing yesterday and the day before with his bladed jig, and maybe, like he said today, with a little bit overcast sky, maybe this spinnerbait bite will be a little bit better.
Theoretically, it should be.
Sure.
This is traditionally a spinnerbait weather. Gus, we are seeing. You know, we did see some fish on the side imaging. Not as heavy as it should be for this time of the year, but again, the water temps are a little colder than what they should be.
Mm-hmm. Now, coming into this week, Kelly, do you think that if we would have had a little more stable weather pattern and a little less wind for these guys to practice in, do you think the smallmouth would have played a bigger factor from Lake Winnebago?
The smallmouth would have been a huge factor. The weights would have been higher. The smallmouths on the lake would have been playing a lot better than what they were.
Yeah.
We saw Matthew get them.
Yep,
on
we saw
Tuesday.
Ming Lee catch them on Monday.
Yep.
You know, they didn't catch a lot. They each only caught 3 fish, but their size was good.
Yeah, and then we saw the winds pick up from a totally different direction, and the smallmouth have become almost non-existent.
Exactly, and that's very typical for Lake Winnebago.
But yes, if we had if the water temps had stayed where they were, it would
In
have
that
been a pretty
50
good
range or high 40 range, sure.
The largemouth would have been playing a lot nicer. The smallmouth, it would have been a real
Completely
shootout.
different tournament.
Yes. Weights would have been much higher.
Back over to Steve Lopez. So far, I think he's caught maybe the most fish of anybody. He's had a lot of shorts. Obviously, he doesn't have a fish weighed yet, but
we saw that flurry with the crankbait just a little bit ago, and he's definitely around fish. There's no doubt about that.
Right. What he caught yesterday is, he had 6 fish for, 15 pounds.
Yep.
And he caught, I think, the bulk of them here.
And yeah, he has stayed in this particular channel almost all the days, but it just shows how many fish are in this system.
Correct.
And you can see the bait fish popping right where he just threw.
He's doing, he's crappie fishing.
Yeah. That's money is what it is. He's got to catch them.
It looks like Steve is sticking with this crankbait. It's proven that it's caught a couple fish for him.
Right. It's only been about a half hour he's thrown it, and he's had, 4 fish on it?
Yep. It's so hard to put a bait down when you have that kind of luck.
So, Kelly, this is the first head-to-head event you've fished.
Yep.
Right? Are you planning on doing any more this year?
Yes, I'm actually fishing the Matanga Pelican.
The one that's late September or October?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm looking very forward to that.
That should be an unbelievable tournament to watch.
Oh, that's going to be a fun one, especially September, fall fishing.
Yep.
Everybody knows Matanga. Pelican is a factory.
Yep.
It hasn't been open to us to tournament fish.
Right.
So it's exciting to be able to go up there.
Thank you. Zeros?
Looks like Mike's got a nice little
Nice
smallmouth.
little smallmouth there.
I've been fishing a long time. Oh, I can't. Oh, it just went.
But yes, the Pelican tournament, the Pelican Matanga. Oops, Steve is hooked up too. Or Steve has got a fish.
Nice fish.
Your hands get all wet. First cast with that. That's fun.
Goes away. It goes right back to nothing. You got batteries? Yeah. We put in the live
Looks
one?
like they're having scale issues.
It's underneath your foot here.
Right here.
Yep, lift that up, please.
So what we see here is Mike's going to put this fish in the live well here while they get rid of the scale issues. They might have to change batteries or change scales here.
It's better on the fish than hanging onto it or letting it flop around.
Yep.
Put
And that's
it
well
in the
within
water.
the rules, as long as he...
Hey, Zach, question.
As long as right now he can't get up, make a cast, he still has to fix the issue, enter the fish, and then he can make a cast.
Well, I gotta change the batteries. Can he fish, or does he's gotta wait till I'm done changing the batteries and weigh the fish first?
So I just got word from management over there that Mike can fish.
I lost one on this dock yesterday, though. One of these docks.
Looks like Nick's back in his, essentially, his favorite spot of the week. And
Yeah.
poking back through here.
Maybe pitching that Nico rig around again.
So are you planning on fishing any of these coming up?
I am not. As of now, like I said, I think all the bass events are full already. So if I'm going to be looking to fish any of them, I would be looking at the 2021 season. I got a lot of questions throughout the week, and when people heard me on here talking why I wasn't out there fishing because of the experience that I have, just like you out on the system, but you know, honestly, I haven't fished a tournament out here in a while. I haven't fished a paid tournament in a couple of years. Just had other things going on and other obligations.
We're back to Justin flipping all these trees.
Hooked up.
Look at that.
That's a good one.
That looks like a nice fish.
Right at the base of that tree.
Barely in the mouth. Yes! Woo!
Nice fish.
That's a good 3. Just came out too.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
There's an example of getting lucky.
Yes! That's what I was hoping for. Come back through this. That's what we're looking for. Let's get the fire going. Zeros?
Yep.
There, we even got a hook set on that one. 3-4?
Yep.
3-4. A couple more of them, we're in business.
Nice fish to start out with. A couple of them goes a long way.
Yes, definitely today.
Boy, I get her in the net just in time. Can't work my phone.
Looks like Brian is still working the same stuff. There you go.
Caught that guy.
Yeah.
It's going to be close, but that one looks like it should weigh.
There wasn't any fish on these flats.
Yeah, I guess. He's really light.
He's in a good little spot right there in that intersection of that channel.
Now this fish will just sit right on the gravel point and roam back and forth along that shoreline.
Stuck in the roof of his mouth. It's gonna be close.
Yeah.
Looks like he's pitching a green pumpkin jig.
Bigger than the 1.7s.
Yeah.
Zeros.
$112.
112.
That
I'm
fish looks
reweighing.
bigger than that.
If it's 2, I'll need to hit it if you do it again with seeing it zeroed.
Oh, yeah. It's the 112 again. 2 shorts.
He's a round fish, though. That's all you can ask for.
I think
in
all
this.
these guys are around fish. I think it's just it's a timing deal, and
it's finding the right fish,
picking up the right bait at the right time. You know, like we saw Steve Lopez do, picking up that crankbait, and you know he didn't get a legal fish on it, but he caught him. Nick Shirts with a fish here could put him in lead in his match.
Looks like he's throwing a Texas Rig Creature or beaver bait. That fish is gonna be close.
Not gonna make it. I'll win. Sometimes it's hard to tell for people watching, and they think, "What's he doing? That's a giant." Yeah, it's 1/7 only.
The camera adds 10 pounds.
That's what they tell me.
Guy,
Yeah? What? I'm against him, yeah.
he's got, what the hell do you say? Either 2.6 or 3 pounds he's got.
Okay. I ain't worried. Not worried.
And it's almost 10.
Thank you.
Yep.
There's Mike hooked up again.
Starts off small and it gets bigger as it's getting towards the boat.
Looks like it might be a decent fish the way that thing is spiking. Yeah.
He's close, but I don't think so. No, he's not.
Want to try it anyway?
Nope.
I guess you've done this long enough, you know.
Yep. Not even close. But it was fun.
Getting a lot more bites over here, though.
Now, ever since his move, he is getting a lot more bites.
Yep.
He's
Yeah, we haven't seen him hit his little opening to the river there yet, where he's had some good luck.
God, it's just a flat with nothing on it. It's weeds and clumps. That's it. I'm not even hitting weeds. They're just there. That had to irritate.
Boy, it definitely looks a lot nicer out on that lake today than it did yesterday.
Yeah.
There we go. He hit it 3 times.
Oh, looks like he's abandoned that crankbait bite now.
Boy, he's catching them on all 3 things: jig, chatterbait, and crankbait.
He's figured something though.
Yeah.
You know, it's all back in the same channel. He's just dialed them in.
Minnows. Long species.
You know, that's another thing with these channels. As you start getting your bluegills, your bass, everything, you're gonna have these pike move in, and man, they wreck havoc on bait.
Oh yeah.
I'm making it hard on myself.
I've lost many baits to toothy critters.
Sure, we're still straight.
You know, here's another example. You know, Omega makes that titanium spinnerbait.
Yep.
That's a great example of why the titanium wires are so nice. You can have fish hit stuff like that, and instead of bending up and never going straight, they snap right back to the way they're supposed to be.
Yep, comes back to normal form and runs true every time.
Yep. They're just so durable.
Cannonball.
And they actually give it a totally different vibration than
Yeah,
because
because it's a lighter wire. It's not as stiff. Yep.
I actually prefer the titanium spinnerbaits just mainly for durability reasons, and it's a totally different vibration than your standard stainless or mild steel wires.
Right.
There.
You know, that buck brush that Justin is fishing in, that is just a prime location for fish to be.
Yeah, especially in this channel, like we were talking earlier, it's a very deep cut channel, so they get real close to that bank, tuck up underneath in that wood. You know, where his boat's sitting is, you know, it could be 7, 8 feet of water in this channel. It's that deep.
You know, all these fish need is a couple inches of water underneath that. Now, in this instance, there's a little more than that, but it's the perfect ambush point where there might not be just one fish. You could have 3, 4 fish in a very close proximity. You know, it is amazing to see Justin. You know, Justin and I both struggled on our day ones, and he has done what he has had to do.
Yeah, he got into that, you know, the Dink Fest period and was able to pull it out with a win in that round.
You know, yesterday he found some good fish and continued that, and now today he's doing his best against a very, very good angler.
Got to be a good fish under this tree here. Go to the bathroom quick.
You know, looks like Mike is focusing on, well, he was focusing on that seawall a little more. Now it looks like he's moving out a bit. You know, this matchup right here between Neil and Nick is still so close. It is as close as you can get it without it being totally tied.
Well, you can see Nick tucked right up in shore there, just parallel on that bank. Now you see Steve made that cast, and he's made that cast about 6 to 8 feet off of that dock, in that same range, that same distance away from the shore that he was throwing that crankbait.
Yep.
But he's doing it with a bladed jig. So I think he's realizing that these fish might be off the bank more than he thinks.
And there we go.
And he's able to change tactics and catch some fish.
Don't fall.
Maybe he feels like he's going to get a bigger bite with this chatterbait.
You know, generally, any type of jig is going to get a little bigger bite most times. But what he's doing is he's repeating this cast. It's not throw once and move on. He's trying to pick up every inch that he can so he doesn't miss fish.
So we are still trying to track down Meng Lee, and we are having some camera difficulties with him, so we're going to try our best to get him back up on the stream here.
You know, the guys are working and they'll get him up as soon as they can. Looks like Mike has switched over to a jerkbait.
So Kelly and I are going to step out here, a little break. We're going to get it back to Matt and another one of our guests coming in to talk about some fishing.
Definitely some weeds there. I got something coming. But here it comes up. Came off a weed. I don't know what that is. What the heck did I catch? Yeah, but where did it come off of? A little bit.
Looks mighty tasty under here.
We're gonna fish this one out, and maybe where I stuck that one
Minnow's
earlier
going
this morning,
nuts.
there'll be some more.
Could be good.
It's all lining up.
Staging out on the end of it more.
Yeah, if I can get it under there or not.
Now we're out of here, then we'll go.
Get it past the goalie.
We'll go to greener pastures.
The poles are not cooperating. There we go.
There, nice.
All right, everybody. 10 o'clock. Tony and I got Tony Malica sitting right next to me. We're back in here. How's everybody doing in the chat line? Just remember one thing here. Let's keep the chat clean. Let's make it fun for everybody. We will, if it gets bad enough at some points, we will have to shut it down. And so let's not spam. Let's not self-promote, all that kind of stuff. Everybody's been doing a great job for the most part. So don't make us crack the whip. So how's everybody doing here like we asked before? Enjoying an awesome day at Bago Bash. Tony, what's up, my man?
Not too much, man. I appreciate you having me on and come in and do a little commentary with you and do some Omega giveaway here.
Awesome. So you're in here supporting the Omega Custom Tackle, a big supporter of the head-to-head, also a sponsor this week.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is an awesome event. It's been fun to watch. The walleye stuff was definitely cool to watch. I learned a lot doing that, but it's cool to see some bass fishing again. Wish we had a little bit better weather this week, but these guys are doing well with the weather that we do have.
Eric Conradson says, welcome, Tony. Yeah, I monitor the chat line. I make sure to try to keep it as clean as we possibly can. I'm not afraid to block people for getting excessive on here. So, again, for the most part, everybody's doing a great job. So Tim Meyer says, what's up, boys? Wish he was fishing. I was kind of sharing some links while I was on my break here to Omega Sportamotive, again, our awesome sponsors for this week of head-to-head fishing. Brian says, what's up? Kind of get people caught up here on the battles that you're seeing. I know Mang Lee's camera's been having some issues. We've been making a couple of runs, but Mang Lee is down to Steve Lopez by one fish, 2 pounds 6 ounces. Justin and Mike, that battle is down to 1 pound 14 ounces. Mike's at 5 pounds 2 ounces. Nick Schertz and Neil Wazinski. Neil's at 4 pounds 13 ounces. That's a 1 ounce battle. And then Brian and Matthew. Brian's at 2 pounds 7 ounces. And Matthew is still looking for a head-to-head 2-pounder. Brad Fuller says, yo. Jeff Tony says, hey, Matt, good morning. Daniel Elsner, what's up, guys? Tony and Matt, what's up to everybody that's joining head-to-head this week?
Absolutely. Brad, I'm drinking a Bang in honor of you so I can give things back I didn't even know I had. Maybe that has to do with the giveaway. I'm giving things out that I didn't even know I had.
There really hasn't been a whole lot of competition this week for the Bago Bass Bash. You know, the couple weeks prior we were fishing on the Fox River walleye stuff, and there was a lot of competition out there. So these areas, because of the cuts, the channels, and everything like that, there's plenty of space to fish. So, and I think right here in this area of central Wisconsin, a lot of people are more focused on the walleye side right now, Tony.
Yeah.
So kind of gives these bass guys a little bit of a cushion.
Yeah, there hasn't been, when I've been out, there hasn't been too much competition for other boaters out there at that time. Like you said, a lot of people are out on the river and up on the Fox River and stuff doing some walleye fishing. But looks like Mike Mann moved out of his cut here since I drove here. He's fishing some new water. I don't think we've seen him fish all week. I know he said yesterday that he's got some new stuff that he's going to fish. I was chatting with him a little bit last night, and he said he's got some stuff up his sleeve that hopefully will help him out. So I think today he's not going to take the foot off the throttle today. I think he knows better now after 2 days of playing that game, trying to manage his fish. I think he's just going to put it down.
What the hell's going on here?
Swear jar. Back to Steve Lopez there. Boy, he really went on a fishing frenzy there for a little bit. Are Wisconsin guys just known for having a 3-finger dip in all day? Some of them.
So, is he back to throwing a bladed jig, or is he still on that square bill? I know when I left home, he was throwing that square bill and he was wrecking them, but wasn't getting the weight.
We appreciate it, Brian. We appreciate all the support from everybody. Thank you so much. It's been awesome. The chat makes it awesome. Oh, your boy Trey's on.
What up, Trey?
Somebody had mentioned earlier that the pina colada bang is the best. What flavor are you rocking there? Cotton candy or something?
Have the black cherry vanilla. I stopped at the Motomart down the road here, and they do not have a very good selection like most other gas stations. They were monster heavy, and they had 3 bang flavors, and I don't like fruit punch, and I didn't like champagne, so I went with this one. Yeah, well, my phone won't let me share it. It's bass fishing.
I'd get a new phone.
Yeah. Must be a walleye guy. There's always a little talk back and forth between them.
Billy Floyd says, Steve Lopez, there you go.
Sucked up here. Looks a little short. Doesn't look like that one's going to go. Yeah, he's putting that one back right away. Right where he should be.
Yeah, there must be a pile of fish just kind of stacked up in there.
He's making repetitive casts here. He's probably... Seems that's the way it's been for him all day, though. Once he catches one, he works that area over within a few foot area, and he's catching multiples out of it. It's just a matter of finding the right one over 2 pounds for him.
Chris Shields says, do you guys have rain in Wisconsin? Look for the orange dreamsicle. You won't forget it. Yeah, we have it up here.
Yeah. It's not bad. I'm not a big rain guy. The orange dreamsicle probably is the best one from rain, but...
Jason says he's ready to see you back in one of these, Tony.
Who is saying that?
Jason.
Oh, Jason Gullner. Yeah, hey, Jason. I'm hoping to. We'll see if there's any bass events added or not. The schedule so far doesn't line up for my schedule. I am hoping to hop on a Wisco event this year, but we'll see.
Yeah, so with Meng Lee being not on camera, he's still fishing. So any fish that he catches will populate to the Way Live scoreboard there on the bottom of the screen. So right now he doesn't have any scoreable head-to-head bass, but that doesn't mean that he's not in a good location. Again, Zach is out there working hard to get Meng Lee's stream back up there. He could be just in a bad spot. I was hearing that he was making some runs, so... We'll get him up.
Looks like we've got a good battle here
one more time.
between
Yeah.
Brian and Matt.
Mama didn't raise no quitter.
I know the cuts well that Brian is fishing right now. There's some decent fish in there.
Give her one more try. We're gonna zoom in and really show off your casting skills here.
I keep hitting the side. I put new line on. I hate this line. I think this is a flop.
All right. If it wasn't live, they'd just edit that out.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
It's interesting to see Matthew in
And then you
a
wait.
cut today after
Look at all the minnows.
doing what he did yesterday. Today seems like it'd be a better day to be out there. The wind's a little tamed down, but he obviously knows there's still some money on the line, so he wants to see what he can do in the cuts.
No takers on the Cinco.
He's probably got to stay in some shallower water since his boat's still full of water.
It's probably still pumping out from yesterday.
Yeah, where these guys are fishing, like Tony said, it does look a little more calm as we look at Justin here.
Oh, swing and a miss.
Wow. No wonder Brian's not catching anything.
Shit. Damn it.
There's one for the swear jar. That was a good one. That would happen right when we go to him, too.
Practice and practice and practice so you don't do that.
Brian, welcome to Dock Dingers United. I'm the president of that, Brian. I'm happy to bring you on board.
Oh,
That's the kind we want.
looked up here for Mike. Looks like a good one.
In the middle of nowhere again.
Nice smallmouth.
God, it acted like a carp.
I'm going to guess that goes 3-4.
That makes good TV, huh? Oh, I got him in the tongue. Dang. Now, to save this fish's life,
I swear, every time I talk to you, you catch one.
I'm going to cut the back hook off, maybe, and because it's through the tongue right now. There it goes. And that way there I don't hurt the fish as much trying to get it back out.
Awesome move right there.
Mike is a sportsman. He's one of the good ones
Zeros?
out there.
I think we got a 4 here. Close to 4. $3.7. Boy, it looks bigger than that. Copy that.
Beautiful 3-pound, 7-ounce
In the middle of nowhere.
smallmouth.
It's amazing.
That one I think is definitely going to put some pressure on Justin. I mean, he's down 114 before that one goes in.
I gotta go back in and open that up again.
He's going to have over a 4-pound lead now.
Kyle, our where? There we go. Get all this wind. Ugh.
He's got a square bill back in his hand. There's one. He's hooked up.
Just shared the link as he hooked up there for the crankbaits on realshot.com. Remember to enter in H2H 10. Saves you 10%. Little rattle to it.
I didn't get a good look on that one. I don't know if that one's going to keep or not. See if he's going to weigh it or not. No, looks like he's going to.
I'm going to try one.
Zeros.
It's not good enough.
That one did not keep for him.
The big ones bounced off, you know, so far today.
Back over to Justin Colput here. Ooh, he's hooked up.
That should weigh. Oh man, I don't know.
That's going to be a close one.
These are so close in here. Nope, that ain't gonna weigh. Gosh, give me another chunk. I don't think that would even be close. Zeros. 1.7 again, I bet. 111. Gonna do it. Send your mama. Come on.
Bass Wars says hello from New Jersey. Back to the battle between Matthew and Brian. So Tony, I think a lot of people are kind of stoked for the potential to win some Omega custom tackle. So can you kind of explain what you brought with you and
Yeah, absolutely.
why Omega is some of the best stuff you can get your hands on?
Yeah, I've been with Omega for quite a few years, and now I
weird
help
how
Brad
these
and Michelle
channels
out
work.
and
That
manage
channel of
their
water's coming
pro
this way,
staff
this
and their
channel is going
ambassador
this way.
staff.
I think a
So
lot
I've been
of them
doing
have
that going
their
on.
ebbs and flows.
Yeah.
If you sit here long enough, I think it goes one way and then comes back the other way.
These guys are always dropping knowledge on here. So yeah, in between the anglers, just kind of break down Omega stuff here.
I think we've got a hookup coming here with Justin.
Patrick Ward says hello from Chicago.
That's a good one. Big one. Barely hooked.
Get in that. All right.
Yeah! Woo! Here's my hat again, but I don't even care. That is a chunk.
Does that fall in the water?
Yes! What a mess. Yes! I knew it. If I stick it out here, I'll get into some nicer ones. Just gotta be patient.
Thing's got a belly on it. Where do you think that's going to go, Matt?
Zeros?
Yep.
3-6.
Come on.
I think it's going to be just
Get in
over
the high
3.
threes, baby. 3-6.
Good job, man.
Oh! I get some Omega custom gear.
We'll get you hooked up.
Thank you, girl.
Oh, here we got California's on the board. Let's get enter that into the old way live. Make sure.
Gosh,
that
they got it right on the edges of their mouths. That is scary.
got entered in.
3-6. Ooh, Mike's up on me.
does that bring that battle to between man and co-put now? It's got to really narrow it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Lopez hooked up.
Come on, BM. Ow! I don't know.
Ooh, that's going to be a close one.
Oh, gosh. So frustrating.
Chris says, did the net hit the side of the boat when he reached for his hat? That is up to the official in the boat to make that call, and apparently it wasn't a penalty, so back grinding it is.
Stuck on a weed.
Yeah. And I was just informed that the basket can hit the boat without a fish in it, but if the fish is in the net, then it could have potentially been a penalty, but these officials are on it. They're not afraid to tell these boys what's up, so
yeah.
they'll let them know.
That happened to
But
Lopez
thank you
this
everybody
morning.
for armchair reffing, armchair officialing. At the point, Brian, we can almost not pay camera officials and just have to let the chat.
Just throw a GoPro in and let the chat do it.
But anyways, here, Tony, you got to talk really, really fast about a Mega Custom Tackle.
Absolutely. So brought a prize pack to be able to give away. A lot of it's the stuff that you guys carry right here on the Reel Shot. So just a little bit of everything. Got a couple decals here, a couple of the bladed jigs that you've been talking about. Threw some baby J's in there that Russell's been talking about. One it seems like one of his favorites.
So here we're watching Steve Lopez again. So what are you going to do? How are we? Oh, I thought I just saw that rod. Did you see that?
He steps back and that rod moves a little bit. Seems like every time we go to him, he's hooking up too.
There he is. That's a big one. Maybe.
Biggin. That's a biggin, he thinks.
Be there.
He just seems to be catching all those cookie cutters.
Joel Thomas wants to know if you brought any Omega gear for his birthday today. Well, if you're the winner, Joel, I guess it is. But happy birthday.
Not gonna do it, I don't think. There, Greg. $112. Did I show you the zeros anyway?
We would have reweighed it, you know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Keepers. Not going. All right, well, what we'll do for this giveaway, too, is we'll just have you guys tag 3 people in the chat. We'll randomly pick one between Facebook and YouTube.
Everyone's come up and playing a little bit.
What we want you to do is like all the sponsors of today's show. So make sure you like the head-to-head, like the Reel Shot, like Omega Custom Tackle, and like the Sportomotive pages on Facebook. We'll randomly select someone that tags 3 friends in the comments, and make sure that you guys followed all those pages, and we'll give that stuff away today. So a little bit of everything. Got some flipping jigs, finesse flipping jigs, the new Slayer Ned heads, those Raptures like I mentioned, Russell's favorite, the Baby J, swim jigs. So got all the little baggies labeled so you know what they are.
So again, it's really, really simple to try to get your hands on some of this awesome Omega stuff. Tag a couple of friends, 3 to be precise. Like all our sponsors, so it's really simple. Head-to-head, as Steve hooks up again. Head-to-head, Sportomotive, Omega, and the Reel Shot on their social media pages. And Tony is going to go back after we get thousands and thousands and thousands of entries and pick out one random winner.
And he is really catching the numbers today.
So I was noticing there, I just shared the link, that hoodie that Steve's wearing, that's the Reaper hoodie. Dude, those things are BA. I own one. Make sure to head over to thereelshot.com. You can get your hands on one, and don't forget to enter H2H10 to take 10% off of that.
I didn't throw it over there.
that hoodie's not only warm,
Out here in
but
the
with
middle
the
of
ability to have that face mask on the inside of it. That's what you see Steve has pulled up around the back under his hat.
Great.
Keeps the wind off the back of your neck and keeps you ready to rock and catch a bunch of head-to-head legal bass. So check that out at realshot.com.
What's the biggest bass you've caught?
What's that?
What's the biggest bass you've ever caught?
904 last year at Gunnersville.
9 pounds 4 ounces.
Yeah. That was awesome.
That bent the rod.
It did, and it was during the tournament. That was the cool part. Usually when those big ones come, they're not during the tournament. It's always in practice. This was during the tournament.
Probably puts you on a jump on the lead.
Well, we had a 25-pound bag, so that was fun. That was my first 25-pound bag and my first 9-pounder. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, you get one of those, that's like 3 fish.
Oh yeah.
But that obviously had a different rules than this one, right?
What do you mean by rules?
Like, because doesn't some of those tournaments, like they do, like they only count the biggest 5 fish you got?
Yep, that's what that one was, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Not like this one where everyone counts it's over 2.
Yeah. Yeah, we got lucky. We found our fish under.
Just wanted to go through with that spinnerbait, see if I could get one more big bite. I saw one big fish flash on it, and I'm not sure if it was a pike or a bass. But we'll keep him in mind. And we'll come back at the buzzer. Probably last half hour or so, we might go back in there and see if we need a big one, see if we can drill one yet. I gotta find some more stuff, because if I end up fishing tomorrow, I'm running out of juice in there. Caught them pretty good again today, though. Decent numbers. They're smaller than yesterday, even. Every day they've gotten a little bit smaller. I told him this morning, I said, if I lose anybody, I'm glad it's going to be you. He's a good guy.
Looks like we're back over here to the Ward Ice battle. Matt was just talking about how good of a guy Brian is. I don't know him personally, but it seems like everyone's been saying that, so.
So I'm guessing that channel where that dog is barking is probably holds a lot of fish, because those are guard dogs. They don't want anybody coming down in there. No?
I don't know, man.
They sound pretty aggressive.
They do. They sound little, though.
Yeah, Tim Myers says a pissed off ankle biter in that channel.
Hopefully neither of these guys go Ike on them like Ike did on that dog in one of those bass tournaments.
Wake him up.
There you go, Brian.
That'll wait.
There we go.
I was like, do I wind up or do I set? And I'm like, hook sets are free. I think that went away.
I think so. Looks bigger coming up.
Yeah, they always look bigger before you get them in your hands.
Let's see what he's got here.
Zeros.
Please, Bessie.
I guess I'm going to be about a 2-2.
2 on the nose.
2-0. 2-0.
Yes!
Just making the cut.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mwah. As long as it's 2 as she counts, I'll take it.
Brian was telling me about that coat / hoodie he's got on. That thing is awesome. It's
2
a
pounds,
military
0
grade.
ounces.
Is it? Are they available to the public? Did you ask them, or is it just military? Okay. Because I know sometimes you can go to those surplus stores and pick that stuff up, but
It could be. He
Yeah.
got it from his son.
Lopez is still picking that spot apart.
David says that dip is huge. Sure is. Takes a real man to. Oh,
you see that?
Ding,
Every
ding.
time we
That
go
was
to
cool. I don't care who you are.
see what happens here.
Oh, Marty says you can get them online.
Oh, nice.
The Whoopee?
They look like they'd be warm.
Mystic Quest says he's getting himself a red crankbait. Well, hold on there, Mystic Quest, because I'll share you a link to some amazing crankbaits. Here's a Rayburn Red, just to be an example. But make sure before you check out there, buying all those awesome crankbaits at therealshot.com, you enter in H2H10 to take 10% off that order. Do you have a favorite crankbait, Tony?
I tend to throw, for crankbaits and square bills, I really like the Storm Rashi crankbaits. You don't have to do a lot of tuning with them. They self-tune. I don't like having to tweak the noses all the time. And that, or if I don't throw that, it's usually a Lucky Craft. Those red colors have been popular this year in everything. Bladed jigs, crankbaits. Oh,
Justin.
That might make it. I think that's gonna go 2 on the head.
It's gonna be a close one.
That's gonna be really, really close. Give me 2. Zeros?
Yep. Oh.
Huh?
Said 0-1.
Zeros? Two even. Yes. Need that.
Putting the pressure on Mike Mann here with that one.
Isaac Sani says, "You got this, Dad." Talking about Brian. Kyle says, "Go, Justin."
Wow. Got him by like 1 ounce. He's gonna get mad now. He's playing with me. I know he is.
Do what you gotta do. No things just are butts.
That's all right. Win or lose today.
I don't feed the fire.
I'm gonna give him a battle.
There you go.
I'm not gonna go out easy.
Would be too.
Nothing like that.
He's just bouncing 1 ounce to 1
But I
ounce.
am
in
having
that
fun.
battle.
I can say that much.
No. Weed. Just felt weird.
1 ounce battle now between these two.
They are getting more aggressive though. That one hit it twice. I felt him smack it, and then he came back and grabbed it again.
You think?
Well, I slipped
I was
on-
just about to
picking
think,
up some
or
litter
thinking
off
about
that
making a run,
and
and then coming back to this last hour, but
missed my bone and came off the top just a little bit.
I'll eat up some time running if I do
Oh,
that.
it never does. The adrenaline kicks in and don't hurt where they're seeing. Later it gets hurt.
Well, what hurts though is when you hit your finger in the cold with a hammer.
Oh,
hooked up again.
But why does that hurt? I don't understand that.
Uh-oh.
Curious what changed in Hua Ming's areas. I know we don't have a camera on him, but he was Mr. Consistency day 1 and day 3. So to see that he has 0 halfway through this is kind of interesting to me.
He might be keeping it interesting here and just waiting for that last hour.
Yeah. It seemed like yesterday in the afternoon, like right, that last hour and a half for him was the hot time for him. So maybe that'll be the same case today.
Again, we're working on it. I mean, Liam was in a bad sell spot right now. We're getting it. We're trying to do our best to get his camera up and operational, but as of right now, he still does not have a scoreable bass.
All of these are good battles right now. Got 2 deciding by 1 ounce, 2 that are within 4 pounds of each other. It's still anybody's game. It's cool that we don't have a runaway today at all.
Learn to flip, skip, cast, everything before you even get on the water, because then you're not swearing at yourself for losing a lot of lures. And you will lose lures no matter what. But man, practice is everything. Truly is.
Practice makes perfect.
Yeah, and you don't got to use expensive
There's
rods
some
and
more
stuff to
than
do
3
all
pounders.
this. I think we're gonna come back to this later. That's a nice little sweet spot right there. Let's go up to the, well, let's actually go over to the point over here. I haven't fished over here yet.
Okay.
Yeah, so Stu, he got the answer to his own question, but again, you're going to see under the Bago Bass logo, you're just looking at the Fantastic Four. Anytime you see that, these are the anglers that are battling out for that big payout. And then as the camera flashes, or as the screen flashes, the background will go from a light blue contour lines to a red, and those are the anglers that are fishing for that 5th place. And again, it will be listed underneath the Bago logo there. Andy says, drinking my first bang because of you guys.
That's a good thing. It's good stuff.
I'm curious, Tony, here while we have a split second. It's not going to be very long. Can you explain these Slayer heads from Omega?
Yeah, so they're a little different than other Ned heads. They actually have a screw lock in them, and they're more of a football head shape. So something a little different that the market didn't have. And coming in 1/8 ounce and 1/4 ounce with a weed guard, without a weed guard.
I'm actually, as you're talking, continue to talk about them, I'll share the link to them on the realshot.com.
Awesome. So yeah, I worked with Brett Fuller, the owner, with him on these. I was something that we definitely needed to add to our lineup, and we didn't want to release something just like the other competitors. So when we came up with more of a stand-up football head style, and one thing I really like is the screw lock. I know a lot of people like throw Z-Man, and it's tough to get Z-Man on there. You can take a lighter to the spring and heat it up, and it'll go right on.
Come on, be it.
Steve Lopez hooked up here.
I think it's it. Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, baby.
It might go 2 pounds.
That'll do. That'll definitely do.
Zeros?
Zeros.
Two four.
2-4. 2-4.
2-4. He's got a keeper.
No tail either.
Trey Harple says they hold normal plastics very well.
Yes.
So we just watched Steve put another head-to-head 2-pound plus fish in the boat. Looks like he's throwing that bladed jig again. Talk about the Omega bladed jigs, the Rapture.
Yeah, absolutely. The Rapture is one of my go-to bladed jigs. I did not have faith in one until I actually picked up the Rapture. The thing that makes ours a little bit different is we actually put a swivel in between the blade and the head. It's giving it a real good erratic hunting action, almost more like a square bill. Come in 3/8 and a 3/4. I know the Real Shot carries 3/8. But yeah, they're definitely a great bait. You put your favorite trailer on it and go to town. It's definitely give you a few different bites than what a standard bladed jig might. Now we've got 3 of those in the prize pack we're giving away today.
I'm a real big fan of that Rapture. I threw it a lot last year, especially later on in this late summer, early fall, and it worked really, really well. Didn't catch any big slobosauruses on it, but I caught a lot of what would be close to head-to-head legal 2 younders. You ever say that word, the younders?
Yeah. I have a few times, not too much. Looks like Neil just put down a spinnerbait. Move into a jig here. Slower presentation. Ben, I see your comment there. My favorite trailer for the chatterbait's probably going to be the Yamamoto Seiko. Otherwise, I also like the X-Zone Swammer. And I'll actually put the Swammer on upside down and get that boot tail backwards on the bait, or upside down on the bait. It just gives a little bit better action. Those are probably my 2 go-tos.
Here we're looking at Mike making a little bit of a run. So we got Tony, we got people flooding in and out of the chat line here, but Zach wants to know, what's the scoop on the prize pack? How do you get entered in for it?
So prize pack again, tag 3 your friends in the comments, get those people watching, and then just make sure you go over to each one of our sponsors' pages today and give them a like. So like the head-to-head page, like Sportomotive, TRS, and Omega's Facebook pages. You do those, that'll get you entered. We'll randomly pick a winner and check to make sure you did the process, and we'll be announcing the winner here in a little bit.
Ben says, love that Zanko as well. So expensive, though.
They definitely are kind of pricey. But if you go over to therealshot.com and use the H2H code, you're going to get H2H10, get 10% off on them. Easy way to save a little money. Seiko. Get rid of that N there.
Ooh, look at that thing.
Yeah.
Throw that one right here. Here's the link to that.
Looks like Mike's running up to his little spot right on the border that he caught a bunch of fish on yesterday. See if we can get one of those classic anchor throws again. Back over to Justin Colput. Doesn't look like he made a move like you mentioned he might.
Wonder why they call it the Seiko. It's kind of a weird name.
The Seiko, actually, this year, they came out with a paddle tail version of it, too. I haven't thrown it yet, but it's the same bait, but without the end of it, it's just a paddle tail on it. Curious how those will work on the bladed jigs this year.
A lot of people are getting entered again. It's really, really simple to get your name in on the Omega prize pack. Tag 3 friends, and then like all the sponsors. So that would be Head to Head, The Real Shot, Omega Custom Tackle, and Sportomotive. Speaking of Sportomotive, did you know that they sell used boats and ATVs and snowmobiles over there?
I did. I actually, I know a good friend of mine, Mark Boyd, works over there, and him and I were actually chatting on some of the used stuff. They have a really nice Bass Tracker Tournament Edition that they brought in last year that's for sale. They're my go-to place in Appleton lately. Been need to get some parts for my boat, and they've been there to help me out. So,
yeah, a huge parts department as well. They also sell, you know, electronics. They have life vests. They have every kind of little thing under the sun over there. So make sure to check out Sportomotive. You kind of have to if you want to get your name on the prize pack. But business for 35 years. The one thing that I think is really cool about them, only 97 dealers in the nation have won the prestigious CSI award, and they are one of them. So that's really, really awesome. And we talked about parts and accessories. If you're looking for, we have a large parts department full of helmets, life vests, boating supplies, depth finders, trolling motors, and much, much more. So really simple. Go to sport-o-motive.com. Nitro boats, tracker boats, Sun Tracker, Tahoe, Triton trailers, Mercury outboards, Polaris, new and used boats and ATVs, fully certified Mercury and Polaris Service Center.
yeah, and everyone there's super knowledgeable. You can ask them pretty much anything, and if they don't know, they're not just going to tell you something. They're going to go find someone and bring someone out of service, answer your question. They've been great help to a lot of people in the valley.
So then the other one of our awesome sponsors, obviously that's one of the reasons you're helping me out is right now is because of Omega.
Yep.
Can you talk a little bit more in depth about the Omega company, the owners, you know, Brad and Michelle? They do a phenomenal job.
Yeah, absolutely. Brad and Michelle have owned the company since 2016. They've done a really good job expanding the line on Omega. They had a good product line before they took over, and they've just really worked on expanding it and spending the time developing baits that are a little bit different than everybody else. So instead of just releasing a spinnerbait to release it, there's a quick change clevis on it. The Rapture has a little different action than your standard bladed jig. They go above and beyond trying to find stuff. I know our tungsten weights, they took a long time to find the right producer for them. It's a no-chip coating on there. You can actually kind of drag it behind a truck before anything comes off of it. And they're stamped with the size on the tungsten, too. I've got some of those in the prize pack, a little sample pack of them. But yeah, Brad and Michelle, great people down in Missouri.
The guy wants in here bad.
They take their shirt off their back just to help you out, even if they don't even know you. They're just good people. So I'm proud to represent them and help them grow their business up this way. And
plus, if you don't buy their stuff, Brad's a scary dude.
He is.
I wouldn't mess with that guy.
Nope.
Uh-oh, Kyle fell victim to therealshot.com. Kyle, did you make sure to enter that H2H 10 code to get yourself 10% off? Yeah, so the other thing we got rocking today, Tony, is we're doing the pairings for next week's walleye event.
Oh, Justin's hooked up.
Oh, that's actually a little bigger than I thought. That might make it.
So for next walleyes event?
I was playing with that one because I thought it was a little one. That might weigh too.
That one's going to be close. I think it's going to be a little short, though.
It's going to be real close. Zeros? Give me 2. Please give me 2. You gotta be kidding me. 115?
Better reweigh it. 115?
Come on. Blow on him a little bit. Whew. Making it hard on me.
Not even doing a reweigh. I'd have reweighted that one.
Come back. Wow. That thing would have taken another drink or something. I would have got that 2 pounds out of it.
Right.
So what time are you guys going to be doing that pairing there, Matt?
Well, I think we're going to do it shortly before the noon hour-ish or so. I'm going to have actually the director of operations roll in here with me, Lyle Carp Stomper, as I call him. A lot of people know him as Kyle Carpenter. I call him Lyle Carp Stomper. He's going to be coming up in here, and we're going to sit down and chitty-chat with everybody and then pick some walleye guys for next week for Marble Eye Madness. Yeah, I got word too that if you haven't been to the H2H fishing page to check out all the registrations and you know, all the fun over there in H2H fishing. Some of the events are filling up fast, so do not wait. Because otherwise Brian's going to enter another event in, so there's going to probably be more room.
Did someone just say they got the last Madison chain spot?
Yeah, looks like it.
And lacrosse filled up earlier today too.
Yeah,
I thought I heard.
both walleye and bass.
That's awesome. Oh, Neil's hooked up.
Get into it.
Get in here. Yes. That's a good largie. Real good largie.
That should weigh. He's just down the way from Mike Mann.
Here, I finally got the magic touch now. 0 pounds, 0 ounces. £2 pounds, 7 ounces.
I see 2.8.
Wait, oh, you went to 2.8? What's that?
2.8.
Yes, 2 pounds, 8 ounces. Awesome. Absolute beautiful fish. Beautiful color on these fish here. See you later, buddy. Thanks. Beautiful fish.
Yeah, actually, did you know Brad Fuller's in the Madison event?
He did sign up for the Madison event?
Yeah.
I know Trey was signed up for 2 different events. Brad Fuller hopping in.
Travis, no need to apologize, my friend.
Wow, it came right at the boat. Oh, it's barely up. I don't think that's 2 anyways, but.
Nice net job.
That ain't gonna make it. I don't think so.
I gotta get to Eric's comment here in a second.
Zeros? Yeah, 1.5. 1.9.
1.9er. So Eric's so obsessed with H2H fishing, he says, this is just ridiculous, guys. I just took my laptop in the bathroom with me. TMI. You probably took it in there to get some peace and quiet.
Not a bad place to watch it if you need some peace and quiet.
Hey, at least he washed his hands. That a boy. Good job. Closing in on 2 hours left here of day 4. Bago Bass Bash. Head-to-head fishing. Ben said he's sitting on the harvester cutting trees watching H2H. Cutting pulp today, Ben, or what kind of trees? You pines? What are you looking at? Come down here and go against me. Tony Smith, you must know somebody on the chat. Got some smack talk going on. Remember, keep it clean. Keep it clean. Yeah. John Scott says, I'm going to hate when the quarantine is over. No H2H at my work. One thing we haven't talked about for a while, Tony, is into-mouth stickers.
Yeah, I like that.
There's been a lot of people.
Those stickers.
I know Justin Anderson said that he got a big old thumbs up from somebody when he was at Menards the other day with his into-mouth sticker. So if you're interested in repping some H2H gear, you can snatch it up on the realshot.com.
Well, Justin's doing a really good job picking this whole area apart. It seems like the last hour he spent in the same 50, 60 yard stretch. And it's paying off for him. He's been putting some fish in the boat.
Matthew, that's probably
hooked up again.
Oh, get on him.
Oh, that's two. That's gonna weigh.
Yeah, that should go for him.
Right. Here we go. The spot's gonna keep reloading. They're in here eating on these bait. Zeros. $2.7.
2 pounds, 7 ouncer.
Thank you, girl.
Got a couple of guys.
Kiss. My girlfriend will like that when I get home. Fish lips. 2.7.
Gives him a nice little, I think, 2 pound, 8 ounce lead over Mike Mann. 2 pound 9, nope, yeah, 2.8.
So, you got to catch up on a couple of comments here that were pretty good, I feel. Matthew said, just had to switch my TV to my phone because my daughter needs her Mickey Mouse Club time. This is probably a smart move. And then Dylan Williams, big supporter, says, I've been watching H2H so much that I had to run out and buy a boat.
Wow,
but
deep here.
I made sure it was minimum requirements for an H2H event. That's awesome.
That's very
you know
awesome.
How the city of De Pere got its name?
No.
The Indian chief. He walked off the end of the dock. He's like, whoa, De Pere. Got him. Oh, he got off.
Oh, Matthew Ward.
That stinks for Matthew.
That was a good one.
Eric Conradson says, man, Justin just nails those hook sets. What is it you say, Matt?
The edge, I didn't even catch the edge or anything. It was
That's only your bass.
How are things biting for you today?
There's a ton of minnows.
Went down there at night to get some stuff out of the boat or whatever, and well, apparently, little do I know that somebody moved the bench right to the end of the pier.
You fell in?
So I took one step.
Looking at that hook set again
it was deep
here.
There. Yep, I didn't.
Nope.
Yeah, it was about 8 feet deep. I walked right off the edge. I didn't even catch the edge or anything. It was
That's only a 12 ouncer.
Yeah, he's a little guy.
How you doing? Wish I was catching bigger bass.
Yeah, we dropped stream for a brief moment there, so you're looking at Brian hooking into one.
I had one nibble, and that's it. Usually they're pretty stacked up.
Back to the Colput man matchup here.
You got to hit on this comment here from John Van Norman. Says, put
very
in
true.
perspective, I work roughly 50 hours a week. The last 2
Can't
weeks,
believe the white bass ain't biting this stuff.
I had 25 hours of watching
Justin's
H2H.
hooked up.
That's gonna win, I think. Close. It's gonna be real close. I think I'll get 2 out of her. Zeros?
Yep.
Easy girl. 2-1.
Yep.
All right, let's make a run for this thing.
He's putting the pressure on man.
2-1.
That's the thing that makes this head-to-head so awesome, is Justin was in a quote-unquote Dink Fest day 1, and now here he is on day 4, battling it out Final 4 against Mike Mann and putting the pressure on him.
If the YouTube feed is still dead, just refresh it. It should pop right back up. But anyways, just let me recap that comment. He's been watching. John's been watching so much that he feels that if he loses his job, he may need to come to the real shot and start picking orders.
That's a good one.
That's dedication. Thank you so much.
It's the only way we're gonna win this thing. Can't let up now.
I'm going to go out on a limb
Mike
here and
is
say,
one heck of a fisherman, and he ain't gonna give me any slack.
I'm going to say Justin's probably not going to leave this area now. I know he mentioned it earlier about coming back with an hour left, but after this last hour, I doubt he's going to leave here.
I'm also determined to make him grow them handlebars, get that mustache going. I think it'd look good on Mike. He says his wife won't like it too much, so be interesting.
That's a bet.
Yep. Keep going to work like this. I think we can make it happen.
I'd like to see Mike Mann with a mustache like that.
My brother said to tell your angler, throw that razor out.
What razor?
I don't know what the hell he means.
No clue what he means either. It's a razor. I'd be more than happy to throw it, whatever the hell it is.
His angler must be telling him to say that.
Oh, your brother's with him?
Yeah. Well, with
Oh, pull the razor out for the mustache. Oh.
Is that what you mean, Joe?
I'm assuming. Oh, we ain't there yet, but we're getting there. He's at 6 something, right? Or is he?
They should be doing a weight update soon here.
Okay.
Tony, you fish this system quite a bit. Is Justin on Poigan or Bago?
I honestly don't recognize the cut that he is in. I have not seen it. I've fished a decent amount of the cuts on Bago, so probably want to say Poigan, but I am not 100% sure. It could be a cut more on the south end of Bago, because I haven't fished much down that way. We need Troy Romo in here to tell us.
Yeah. Well, we have reached that 11 o'clock hour, so I think we're going to bring Troy in for a little bit, and then while they work on getting the graphics set for the pairing show that we're going to do a little bit later on. It was surprise news to Brian, so he's working on that. But Tony, I appreciate you sitting in with me. I wish you the best of luck for filtering all those comments and trying to pick out that mega winner. But again, before we let Tony rock out of here, why don't you tell people where they can find you on social media and one of the other things that you do here at the Reel Shop for us.
Yeah, absolutely. So on Facebook, I'm just Tony Malica. On Instagram, it's Malica Outdoors. You can follow me on both those platforms, and then I
You
also
can't talk
host.
to yourself as long as you don't answer yourself.
Either that or I ran into another carp.
Looks like does Neil weigh in one here?
Did that once in here already.
But yeah, I host a podcast called The Professional over on here for The Real Shot. Been doing it from home the last couple of weeks now because of the quarantine situation and all the head-to-head events going on. Studio's taken up with that, so I was able to pull it off with Zoom, and sounded like we had a hook set on braid, but I could have been mistaken there. But yeah, so next week we'll be back on there for Professional Overrun, so definitely go check that out on Facebook and Instagram. Just Professional Over Pod on Instagram and Professional Overrun Podcast on
I'm really
Facebook.
trying
So
to dial in.
I appreciate you.
Under the boats is definitely better.
Appreciate you having me on, and
But I mean, I've caught them off piling.
be happy to come back in anytime you guys need me. So,
So what we'll do for that Omega giveaway, David's asking who won, is we'll announce it before the end of today's show.
Yeah, I'm gonna go sort through comments now and get
They're right
Matt
on
the
the
winner,
backside
and
edge of
they'll
a
get
little
it
clump
sent
of
out
weeds.
to you guys.
All right, cool. Well, thank you, everybody.
Two of
That's
them
Tony
rapid.
Malica that just joined us. Remember to find him on
One I had
all
on
his social
for
media
a while and
pages.
he
And
shook
then he
off.
also hosts Professional Overrun here at The Real Shot. So that's an awesome podcast. He has a lot of phenomenal guests on there. So, and then remember to get your name in that running for the Omega prize pack. It's really simple. Tag 3 friends. Like all the pages. So that would be Head-to-Head, The Real Shot, Omega, and Sportomotive. And I'll announce the winner before the end of today's day 4 Head-to-Head Bago Bass. Bash.
It's close. A little skinny, I think, but that's a close one too. Okay, I just have another bite there. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna hit that again because it was caught in my sleeve.
Harley's feeling really confident he's going to be the winner.
It's going to be a 113.
$115. You can take it off and reweigh it, but
I'm good at that. Just call me 115.
carrot. Still don't lie. Sorry, man.
Okay.
Make sure it's 412. Neil, 7 pound 5 ounces. Brian, 412 for son. Matthew Ward 0.
I don't know. It's not, but scale dead? No. Oh well. It's not. It's a. But I think it's dead.
Zeros.
Oh, there's a tree in the water. Oh. Could be the money pit.
Under that knot.
That is the Oak Island money pit. This is the Winnebago Blow money pit. I don't
I was hoping it was a 5.
Lost the video, almost didn't catch this.
Zeros.
Two 6.
2 3. Okay. What's it say? Something. What's that say now? I gotta move the boat here, so you wanna hold him for a sec?
Now it's working.
It is? I wanna wreck here. What you got?
2 6.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah. Slow down, sit down. There's stumps behind us. 2 6.
2 6. Yep.
Thank you, my friend.
Troy Romo, what's up?
You know, it's not going to stick. It's not going to stick.
If you really don't like it, I'll stop. Hey, was that a jerkbait?
That was a jerkbait. That looked like a perch-colored Lucky Craft. Maybe a deep diving Lucky Craft.
47 degrees. Looks a lot more promising.
Mike was there yesterday, caught a nice fish on a jerkbait on that same side.
She warmed up.
Yeah, there's a big difference between here and the entrance.
I know, I had 44 out there, but I had 2 bites out there. Lost
that's
them.
true.
Lost a good one.
115. How many of those can I catch? I think that's 4 so far this week. Spreading the good news. More
I did
fans.
yesterday too, to an old couple. I'm going to go in and turn it on.
Casey Myers says that's a perch-colored Berkeley cut.
The Berkeley cutter might be.
Trying to find some of those awesome products. Matt Rest says, LOL, Romo.
Can't waste too much time in here.
Hey, listen. If we can't
I just don't know where that's coming from. I mean, I don't have Romo style hair.
I think it's because you do a great job when you're behind
I
the
don't
mic. I mean, you're a $1 million commentator working on a.
Wait a minute now. We're gonna have to talk about a different contract here, Brian.
111.
Boy, Steve Lopez just putting a lot of fish in the boat today.
Yeah, man. He figured out a great game plan, and he can't hear you, but he could feel your presence telling him to throw that crankbait.
It keyed him in, I think, to just something a little different.
See, that's why. It's because, like Jeremiah says.
Thanks, Jeremiah.
You're a top-notch commentator.
So maybe there is a future?
Yeah, I think so. You spit some awesome knowledge.
Okay.
Tyler says, I need to share my hair products with you.
Oh, thanks, Tyler. I'm good, though.
I like it, man. I can't wait till I can rock the
Oh, yeah, sure.
Bruce
Sure.
Willis look.
We'll figure that out if I hook one.
Eric Conradson says you're $1 million commentator working for jigs.
Up and over.
Dang it.
Uh-oh. Close now.
Hate when that happens, huh?
Hey, Brad, how you doing?
Pulled right off.
It is, Brad. It's
That's great. I mean, that's great that we got a guy like Brad listening, and Brad's a walleye fisherman. He's not a bass fisherman, but it's awesome that he's listening and he's watching.
David said, I think it should stick. It's catchy.
That one would have helped immensely.
Troy, let's kind of recap where we're at here. Now, again, a lot of people are asking, what's up with Mangley?
Sir, would you be able to ask your...
There he is!
Hey, look at
On
that.
time!
Yes, speak of him and he shows up.
Bingo, bango.
Long run from Black Wolf all the way up past
We're up on the north
Asylum
side.
Bay, so it would be nice to be able to just hop in there instead of riding in the boat all the way back down there.
There he is!
Look at that.
Stick one!
It's a long time coming, I think. He's gets this in the boat, he's going to be happy.
I'll take a 2-minute penalty for that.
Nice smallmouth.
Woo!
He even said he'll take that 2-minute penalty.
Oh.
Mwah, love you. Let's go.
Start it up, chat. Maji a year, let's go!
Zeros.
Gotcha.
If I win, you're riding down with me.
Okay.
3-5.
3 pounds.
Oh,
5.
3.
Oh.
3-5.
3 pounds, 5 ounces. That's a nice one, man.
Nice brown one. That's what we're looking for.
Just like
Come on,
that
I
back
got
in the
about
game.
over an hour to do this. Oh.
And don't forget here, he has to serve a 2-minute penalty. So, we were just saying, before he popped back up on the screen, he's been making some big pushes. He's been making some runs. And unfortunately, the cameras don't like that kind of stuff here. There's in and out of coverage, so on and so forth. But Mangley is back with a 3-pound, 5-ounce smallie, battling it out in the big league. That puts his battle with Steve Lopez to a 1-pound, 5-ounce difference. Steve is sitting at 4 pounds and 10 ounces right now. Everybody, I tell you, I don't know why everybody would. There we go, Justin. It's getting good now.
Wow, it says it's a giant.
Yes! Woo!
That is
That's
a
gonna
nice
go
one.
for 4.
That one's going to be a 4.
Close
4
to
plus.
it. Oh, and the hook just popped out of her. Wow, these big ones aren't eating it good. Yes!
Welcome to this class, everybody. Justin is putting on a clinic.
Zeros.
Yep.
Ooh, 3-8. Thought she was gonna hit 4, but we'll take it.
So did I,
That's
Justin.
a good fish.
Yeah, baby.
It's a 3-pound, 8-ounce, beautiful greenback.
3-8. Is that what I said, right?
We got some battles going on today, Troy. Just kind of told you, Mangley joined us just in the nick of time to put a 3-pound, 5-ounce smallie in the boat. Justin has been pounding on those banks, catching a lot of largemouth today. He's at 16 pounds 10 ounces with 6 fish. But Mike Mann is still nipping at the heels with 4 total scoreable fish for 10 pounds and 15 ounces.
All these big ones are short lipping it. I don't like it.
That's kind of our Fantastic Four battle right there. Then we have the battle for 5th place going on between Nick Schertz and Neil. Nick's at 2 scoreable bass for 4 pounds 12 ounces. Neil has 3 for 7 pounds 5 ounces. Then Brian came on strong today, 2 fish for 4 pounds 7 ounces. And Matthew Ward is still looking for his first scoreable fish as we look at Matthew right now.
Got him.
Oh, here we go.
Not the right kind.
Oh, pike.
Not the right kind. Ooh, the gator roll. I stuck him pretty good. Boy, is he skinny. Pike Fest. God, it brings back the days when I used to fish muskie tournaments.
Those look like orange blades, didn't
Yeah, it
they?
did.
I was
It
gonna
was like
say.
a black skirt with orange blades. Yeah,
Talk
more of a
about
musky
fishing.
color.
Yeah.
But this really has been impressive what Justin's been doing in there.
This is going to be an awesome battle.
This
here.
might come down to the wire.
Almost an hour and 30 left here of day 4 of the Bago Bass Bash Challenge. No, Matthew. Non-species fish can hit the deck. They just have to be still released below the gunnel. That's where a potential penalty can come out. Again, with a pike here, we want these guys to have, a safe time with them. Get that fish in the boat. Get the hooks out. Pike are notorious for that gator roll, like Matthew said. If you had troubles on, a stick bait or something like that, they throw those babies around like nobody's business. Yeah.
Looks nice out there on the lake where Meng is at now.
Yep.
Looks like he's back in that spot where he started on Monday morning.
Somebody was mentioning that earlier, maybe it was Tony. How come Matthew didn't go back out there again today? I said it's because his boat still probably hasn't dried out. As we kind of say it around this time frame every single day here, right now is the absolute time to let everybody know how amazing head-to-head fishing is. Subscribe, share, tag, like, do all that kind of stuff. Comment, we love the comments everywhere. That helps more people realize the awesomeness that is head-to-head fishing, the original head-to-head. It's been copied quite a bit as of late, but will never be completely duplicated.
Sometimes those smallmouth come back and bite that again.
I really love these kind of comments right here. Still not a bass guy, but I'm here watching again. Any fishing is better than no fishing.
Yeah,
man.
that's awesome.
We had a lot of bass guys on the last 3 weeks for the walleye stuff. Eventually, you may see a team event. I mean, that would pair these together so well. Matthew will announce that package winner before the end of today's event.
Is he still at
Which
0?
comments are seen first? Which platform?
Still at 0?
I haven't heard an update since the last time I read about
Which platform comments are seen first? Well, I have the ability to see all of them. A majority of the people seem to be watching on Facebook, but I see all the YouTube comments as well. Excuse me.
Only sit in the boat so long without touching the fishing pole before I leave the fish.
I hear you. And don't blame you.
I'm going to take a short break here. We got another H2H angler, one of the first H2H anglers joining us here. We got Colin Martin. He's very bearded up today. He looks good, looks rugged. So he's going to sit in here with Troy Romo.
Hey, come on.
I had to throw it in there. I like it when Troy and the anglers sit down, they talk tactics and tips, and they know the bodies of water in here. Plus, it gives me a little time to stretch my legs. So I will be back in a little bit. Yep, so I will be back in a little bit with the director of tournaments, Kyle Carpenter. We're going to do the walleye pairing show probably in about 30 minutes. So I'm not going too far, though. We got some battles going on, Troy. So
for sure.
Here comes Colin Martin. Make sure to bring those questions for him, and I'll be back in a little bit.
So, Colin, how you doing? I'm doing great. Never met you before. It's good to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you.
Good to talk to you.
Looks like we got a couple battles going on, huh?
Yeah, this is this one here. I mean, it's right down to one fish.
Yeah.
You know, Steve Lopez has really been catching a lot of fish in this channel that he's been in, and like just maybe a stick. You know, it's nice that the lake is calm enough now. Meng Lee can get back out there and chase the smallmouth that he was after on Monday morning.
Yeah, I think the lake is obviously going to play a factor at some point, especially with the overcast skies. I mean, fish are obviously pushing up as we speak with the weather that's been changing over the last couple of days.
Right.
Obviously, we've had a crazy amount of wind since Monday. You know, the fish are moving up into the canals. Obviously, Steve, if he's catching numbers, it's only a matter of time before he runs into some females.
Some size.
Yep.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So I'm assuming you're a little disappointed you're not out there.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about recapping Monday, exactly what happened, for me, obviously I fished against Meng in the inaugural head-to-head event down on Fox Lake. We went down into the finals, and right at the last minute, you know, I ended up catching a pretty good fish and lost just under 2 pounds. So I was excited to get back out there and hoping that I could have a little rematch against him.
Sure.
But as far as Monday happened, I mean, I gambled, went to the upper lakes, and it didn't pan out for me in what I had hoped. I had some spots that kind of ended up getting pretty muddy. Some of the canals I couldn't even get into, just the way that the wind was pushing water out.
In. Yeah.
It was so shallow that I couldn't even put my boat in there.
Yep.
With how rough it was. But you know, my time management really on Monday just was poor. Unfortunately,
just due to the fact that you had to move from spot to spot and try to get in and with the wind.
Yeah, I mean, the wind obviously played a factor, and I just spent too much time. I was, you know, in this game, you have a limited amount of time. Now, you don't have to run back to the ramp or to a weigh-in,
right?
But you still have to make, you know, conscious decisions, and if you're not making those conscious decisions and watching the clock, every cast counts. I did miss some fish, which was my fault. Just the hook set was not clean. My casts were not all there, so I was kind of knocking some rust off, and clearly that played a factor. But like I said, time management's crucial for this.
Yeah, it's only 5 hours.
If you got spots and you want to try to hit all your spots, you can't spend too much time, and that's what happened. I just started trying to fish too much non-productive areas.
Okay.
And looks like Meng's hooked up right now.
Oh boy, this could change this whole aspect here.
Yeah.
Dang, that's another good one.
Another nice smallmouth.
Yeah.
You know, he only had 3 fish on Monday. Caught them all out here, but he almost had 9 pounds. So
yeah.
He's got some good size going out here.
Yeah. He looks calm, cool, and collective right now, but I know his brain's got to be just going absolutely insane right now.
Yep.
He knows where he's sitting, and he's getting amped up.
I don't know. I think it's just going to barely make it. Zeros. Two.
Boy, he's right on.
Thank you, girl.
You better keep your phone handy now.
Back over to Brian Eisch, who's leading his match up here today.
There you go.
That's a keeper.
Looks like a pretty solid
That's
fish.
a where.
Nice.
I knew there was one under that dock. Every time you think they're
close.
big, you get them out of the water and you're like, we'll see if she weighs.
It's going to be close. Zeros.
Oh. 115.
Ooh. I can't imagine that he doesn't try to reweigh
Good job.
that.
Yep.
Get her wet. Don't want her to die, right?
Get a little ounce of water on there and see if they'll knock 2 pounds, right?
As long as the fish holds it in its mouth.
Nope. 115.
Yeah, it's one thing about these scales, these Rapala scales. They've been consistent. Every time these guys have tried to re-weigh, I think there was maybe one time all tournament where it actually changed the weight. And
damn it,
it's good. The consistency is what we need. These
Thank
Rapala
you.
scales are doing its job.
Yeah, that's all you can obviously ask for as an angler is, having stuff be consistent. And, unfortunately for Brian, that fish didn't weigh, but obviously he's onto something. He's fishing methodically. He's fishing what I think is the right stuff right now, too. And
yeah,
you can see that he's kind of calling his shots, thinking that, hey, these fish are going to be up there.
There's one.
There's Mike hooked up.
For some reason, it feels like a sheephead. Oh, smallmouth. Oh, timeout.
Mikey.
Oh, stop it. Stop it. It's not stopping it.
Talking to it like your dog. Stop it.
That should be dang close. 2-1, 2-2. Zeros.
And you just got all the spots. Every place you go, you catch something.
Well, I'm not even done yet. So
I know it.
I've been trying to hold these things. 2-2.
Gotcha.
Scoreable fish for Mike. He's got a little bit of a hill to climb here, but he's got an hour and 20 minutes to try to make that happen. Colin, I just took a look at his locator there. I was just trying to see the water temp.
Sure.
42 to 43 degrees is where he's at there, and I think that's kind of the theme around the whole system. That's about what it was.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously,
it had cooled off a lot. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, and the wind switched too. So obviously, it was blowing out of the west earlier in the week, and now it started to switch, and it came out of the north and northeast. So it's moving, colder water around,
right.
And it's fluctuating these temperatures and everything. Like, as you can see, some parts of the lake, those fish are starting to recognize. That they're going to find their spots where they're looking to go, like where Mang's at right now.
Right.
But as you know, Mike's in a different area, and it's crazy how a couple miles away that these fish are just in a totally different mode than other parts of the lake.
Right,
so,
which could be smallmouth wise, which could be water clarity.
Correct.
And again, temperature. It does. The fact that the wind does blow that surface water around, it changes the temperature. So when you prepared for this tournament, how many days did you practice before? Did you get out on the water a lot?
Yeah, I practiced Saturday and Sunday. I ran some stuff that I typically wouldn't run, just to kind of see if I could find that off the beaten path spot. As I knew that with the wind coming, it was going to confine a lot of anglers within our boundaries to some of the common
Channels
fishing spots.
Yep.
Yeah, so I kind of gambled. I went up on Sunday, late Sunday afternoon. I found a couple spots up on the upper lake, and I shook some fish off. But unfortunately, with the wind that pile drived all throughout the night into the next day, and ended up blowing some spots out. The water got super muddy where there was zero clarity to it. And when you make a run in the last 30 minutes, and you got 30 minutes, it doesn't pay to turn around and go somewhere else if it's not close, where you almost got to just try and fish it. And and sometimes it pans out for you too. I mean, if you find dirtier water, those fish get a bait in front of their face, and all they're going to do is eat it because they have, they just got their guards up and they don't want anything being invasive. They don't know if there's a predator around or not, so they're just going to try to eat everything that they can. So,
for largemouth, I wouldn't be so scared about dirty water. What that's going to do is push them tight to cover, push them right up into the weeds, push them right up into the wood where you can target those fish a lot easier.
Correct.
And you're right, getting that bait right in their face, it becomes more of a reaction type bite. And so dirty water isn't such a bad deal for largemouth, but for smallmouth, it can really put a damper on the bite. And maybe that's what we saw yesterday with the high winds. Coming from the east, blowing into the west.
Correct.
What people don't understand sometimes is the waves will actually crash into the shoreline, and then they actually come back out.
Yeah.
When they start to come back out towards the middle of the lake, it'll pull all that dirt and all that stuff out into the water to dirty it up a little bit.
Well, and especially too, obviously, as all the anglers are fishing on the western shore of Lake Winnebago and the upper lakes, that water hasn't really been affected all the way up until you started getting that east wind. But like you were talking, there's still growing weeds and stuff like that from after the ice out.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a while for that stuff to settle, and it hasn't really had a chance. We haven't had any crazy amounts of rain over the last couple weeks.
Right.
We've had a little bit, but nothing to really dirty anything up.
Really wash it out and dirty it up.
But yeah, with that wind, it'll wash all that junk that's sitting on the banks now back into the water, like you were saying, and really mess with the fish and where they're going to try to find spots to go, and maybe they typically move in a different manner just due to that water clarity.
Right. So how many years of experience do you have out on this system?
I got a lot of years of experience out on that system, but bass fishing is not really, I moved back to Wisconsin from California back in 2018. Spent a little time on Winnebago bass fishing, but last year was the first year I really spent any time, and then I fished the entire, Wisco bass circuit and fished this as well. And, when you're fishing a lot of different bodies of water, you don't always spend the most amount of time, but coming to the realization after, this year and head-to-head and starting to really fish this system differently, I think the Lake Winnebago system as a whole is one of the most underrated fisheries probably in the upper Midwest, truthfully. It has a ton of different ways you can fish them. The fish are very smart here. It's a great challenge, but when you can run into the right ones, as you can see it, I mean, you can get well pretty quick.
Yes, you can. Yep. Yeah, you start incorporating, maybe the Wolf River in that aspect, and certain parts of the Lake Winnebago that are off limits to this tournament. But Yeah, it can be a phenomenal fishery, especially during the springtime.
16 to 13.
Who's got 13?
Mike got 13.
Yep. Okay, we're going to go through the matches here, and we got the fifth place bracket here. We got Brian Eisch with 2 fish at 4 pounds 7 ounces, and Matthew Ward has yet to catch a scoreable fish. Here with Nick Schertz and Neil Wisniewski, which is Neil looks like he's on a run here, and he's got the lead with 3 fish at 7 pounds 5 ounces. Nick here with 4 pounds 12 ounces. Wameng Lee finally on the board in the last 20 minutes here. He's got 2 fish at 5 pounds 7 ounces, and Steve Lopez now trailing in this battle with 4 pounds 10 ounces.
That looks to be a pretty scoreable fish.
Yep.
Come on. Is this getting exciting yet? It's driving me nuts.
Good.
$2.5?
Good.
Oh, $2.6.
2.6.
I'll take the extra.
That's coming handy later. Nice.
Everyone's calling me clutch now all the time because wait till the last freaking second to catch one.
I thought you were gonna say klutz.
No.
Yeah, clutch.
Thanks.
Definitely, I agree.
Here we go. Ain't done yet.
Nice hatch you got there.
Thank you. Had a buddy who knows somebody and knows another buddy who knows a buddy.
Yeah, I got one.
2.6.
Yep, gotcha.
Submit.
Awesome.
-1.3. Son of a bitch. All right, let's go to work. Let's go have some fun. I got a couple spots like this. We can really kick some ass. I was hoping to save them till tomorrow.
You know, and that's one of the funny things that, you know,
And
as
that was on a
Mike's
sheep's
talking
bait,
about saving
just so
spots,
you know.
that, you know, tomorrow could definitely be a whole different day.
Oh, yeah.
And you
We've all been
know,
working,
that's the thing too, is, you know, you try to save spots as you expect to move on, right? Nobody
Right.
says I'm just going to burn everything up because I'm
Right.
not moving on. But that's the thing where you got to play that mental game with yourself and say, do I fish these or do I not fish these? You know, and if you have a substantial lead, where really no lead is safe, especially in this game with this group of anglers. But you know, do you go try to fish some new water and just try to find that pattern? If you're catching them on one bait, is there multiple spots around me that I haven't even fished or practiced in that potentially could have another pile of fish there without ever even checking it? It's, you know, I would assume that if some guys start getting a little lead here in the last half hour and they feel safe, they might try to go run some new water and see if they can't find something that sets up close to where they're at for tomorrow.
So for tomorrow, you know, Steve Lopez did that yesterday. He pulled out of this little channel that he's in, and he started fishing the outside. He couldn't go anywhere because it was too windy, but he did that. He had a 16-pound bag
guarantee
yesterday.
you,
He had a
Sukawati,
very
the one who
sizable
passed on the
lead.
end down there, he was probably up at the wall.
But
He
you know,
loves that
someone like
wall.
Mike here, he's in a fight. He's got to catch everything he can today. Because you
Absolutely.
got to move on. If you don't, you know, if you don't win, you move on. But he wants to go for the championship. So
Well, absolutely. I mean, nobody's looking to finish in second place.
right, whether he wants to save his spots, he's got to catch some fish today. So, and worry about tomorrow.
There's a
Tucked
better
up
one.
again.
Well, he's slowing down and getting smaller. He might make it. Oh yeah. No touch. Please be 2. Please, oh please, oh please. Zeros?
Yep.
Please, please, please. I don't think so. 111. Did you hear that in my voice? 111.
Disappointment.
Little bit.
That's 2 fish pretty quick for Mike. You know, he could sit here and catch a bunch. He's got an hour, so he's
Yeah, and I mean, a spot like that, if there's, you're catching 2 of them that quick, you just got to assume that there's a pile of fish around, and you're gonna eventually, hopefully, run into some that are over 2 pounds.
Yep. So we're watching Justin Colpit before, and he's sitting in this one channel that he's been catching quite a few fish on. You were in that channel during your round, weren't you?
If I'm not sure where Justin's at exactly, it looks pretty familiar as to where I'm at. But there's a couple channels that look almost identical to that throughout, the whole Winnebago system.
Yep.
But he's definitely fishing the right stuff. I truthfully don't know where he's at, but
Okay.
He's fishing similar to exactly how I like to fish.
And I think that we saw a little later in the day you had gotten on. You could tell that you were targeting this brush, this wood, this kind of stuff with a flip and bite.
And
he is. That one's not going to weigh, but he's catching a lot of fish in there.
Yeah, that's just, and it, I don't care where you go throughout the country. Springtime, you're fishing natural wood. Fish, largemouth really adhere to that in the springtime. As the spawn starts to progress, they start getting to more of that unnatural, boat docks and stuff like that. But that initial area that they find they feel safer for whatever reason it is. I'm no biologist by any means, but they feel like they can, be around that wood and they have that comfort level there, and it's up shallow. And you can pretty much go down the bank and you can find targets. After you start doing it for a little while, you can really dial in and say, okay, this is a spot that I think that's really beneficial, or I'm just going to keep going past it.
Exactly, yep. Yeah, some of these channels don't have the natural bank in them, and when they do, it's just small sections. And
Correct.
You can literally go from section to section and just know you're going to get a bite.
Yep.
What was your bait of choice for the flipping in the wood? And
so obviously there's a ton of flipping baits that you can really utilize and that are have different applications and whatnot. I really love the Zoom Speed Craw.
Okay.
And that's my typical setup is a 7'6" or an 8-foot rod, heavy or extra heavy, with a high-speed gear ratio reel of your choice. Obviously, I'm not partial to one reel. The Revos are awesome, and I know that I've gotten a couple from the Reel Shot just because that's an easy place to come and get all the tackle you need.
Yep.
But my setup's a 7'6" to 8-foot rod, a 10-to-1 gear ratio reel, 80-pound braid. And I know everybody loses their mind when I tell them that I'm flipping 80-pound braid, but if you get around if you're flipping into something like an old dock or something like that, there's bolts, there's wires, there's nails, there's things that if you're flipping 50 or 65-pound braid, you'll get the fish out for sure. But if you ever get hung up on that, you have that little extra cushion with that 80-pound that you can at least keep them pinned and get in there and hopefully get the fish out.
Break off.
Correct.
Right.
Yep. And the best part is obviously this year I was fortunate enough to actually link up with Omega and be part of their team. And the one thing I love about Omega, because I'm not the guy I'm organized, but I don't memorize what size weight I have, right? And on the Omega tackle, they actually print their weights with the ounces right on there.
Okay.
So if you want to change ounces, you know exactly what you're grabbing
Right.
and what you have on there, so you can put that in a mental note and say, okay, I was flipping a 3/8 ounce, or I was flipping a 2-ounce weight, or whatever the case may be.
What do you think? He's damn close.
It's close.
He's getting smaller as I look at him. Zeros. Please. Oh, it was 2 for a second. 2? 2!
Wow.
And just like that, like that, I mean, the game changes that quick.
Yep.
Lucky.
What did you say?
Lucky?
Lucky?
Oh, yeah.
Good. Lucky, he says.
And you got to be thinking about Justin as Mike's weighing those fish and coming across. He's getting verified weights. Justin's got to be thinking, you know, obviously he's not getting the amount of bites.
I've won many tournaments in the last 5 minutes. 2-0, right? Yeah.
But now, I mean, Mike's on the gas pedal. He knows exactly what he's got to do, and
Good.
I think he just keeps persistent with
I'm
that.
up now, buddy.
I think we'll see maybe Justin start picking up his pace, really starting to find those finer targets like we were talking about, and really just maximize that canal to exactly what he thinks is the best spot, and kind of maybe skip over some secondary and tertiary spots.
Exactly, where he's gotten, you know, say, hey, I've got 4 bites in this 50-yard stretch. I'm just going to pick it apart. They're here for a reason.
Yep.
Yep, I think you're right. Pretty impressive on Mike Mahan's part to be able to manage the couple areas that he had for 2 days, catch the fish he needed to catch to win his matches, and then to know that, hey, I'm down. I gotta fish these other fish to make sure I make it to the next round.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. And you can see Nick's hooked up here, obviously.
What? It's close. Another one that's going to be just short.
You know, Nick, as you watch Nick catch that fish, he looks a little disappointed with that. But you know, he's got to know too that, you know, one decent little fish that he catches next could be the one that changes the game for him.
Yeah.
And puts Neil in a different position as they're going, you know, in that losers bracket. But hey, the losers bracket, they're still gunning for a good spot.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, and you know, Nick has, in the last 2 days, he's put some good fish in the boat. He's caught some 3-pound plus fish, so we know he's capable of that. And he gets one of those, he's right back in it.
Yep, no doubt.
This has turned out to be a really good match. We really kind of thought at the beginning here, where Steve was catching a ton of fish, that he was going to walk away with this one, and he just hasn't caught the size yet today.
You know, it's funny, as you kind of saw that hook set, and I think Justin knew as soon as he swung on that fish that it wasn't even going to come close.
He didn't get excited. Yeah, he didn't get excited at all.
He was excited, and then just all the gas just went right out of him.
Yep. You know, now these guys, like that one there, he knew it wasn't going to weigh. This is where the anglers, they got to be careful. You know, he just swung that fish on the boat, and if it were to come unhooked and fall on the deck of the boat, now he's got to take a 2-minute penalty on a fish that doesn't score.
Correct. Yep.
So, you know, maybe these guys got to think about, if they know it's not going to weigh, just get it to the side of the boat. Don't even bring it on board. Try to unhook it by the water. But I know it's easy to say sitting here in the chair.
Yeah.
I know it's different when you're sitting out there fishing, but you know, a 2-minute penalty at this point with less than an hour could be bad.
Right. Yeah. No doubt. But as you see, Meng, he's changing some stuff up. He's throwing what looks like a pretty small jig with with a crossed out
Yeah, football
trailer,
jig, yep.
and on a spinning rod. And I think that's just going to help him as far as sensitivity if he's finding fish that aren't really crushing the bait, or maybe just picking it up and just hanging on to it. I think that's why you probably went to that spinning rod deal. You know, and you were talking earlier, Steve, you know, potentially could walk away with this thing. As a friend of Meng's and as a competitor against him, that guy is never out of the race. I don't care if there's 5 minutes left. He will grind it, and he will figure out a way to catch him. That guy is never, you know, from my experience fishing against him, he's not a guy that you can look at and say, if I catch this amount of weight, I'll walk away with it.
Sure.
He'll put the gas pedal down all the way until the last second. So.
You know, isn't it? It's kind of funny how you see these matches sometimes where, you know, some of the matches are low weights and, you know, maybe 1 or 2 fish, but you always have a match where the guys are just catching them. 16, 17 pounds. I mean, these are the top weights we've seen all week. And, it's kind of weird how that happens sometimes.
Yeah.
How you think, man, I'm really knocking them out of the park, but yet so is the other guy.
Yeah, no doubt. And this fishery is only just going to get better. I mean, anybody that's watching this at home that does have some time, I encourage them to go out and just try to, you know, mimic some of this stuff. I know that I'm looking forward to getting back out there. I want to go out there tomorrow as I got some time, but I'm actually going to go out and play some golf, let these guys keep competing, and then after, you know, coming into next week and the week after, I mean, the smallmouth action offshore is just going to heat up.
It's going to get phenomenal.
Yeah. So anybody that's never been out there, I encourage you to come up, check it out, and just try to fish this stuff, or even just try to duplicate it at your home lake if you're watching from further away. It's a lot of these northern anglers, you know, as you got from Minnesota to Michigan to Wisconsin, a lot of these northern anglers fish in a different manner, and they throw baits that work more effectively even down south than the guys down south that fish with their, you know, just known baits over time. If they incorporated some of this stuff, I think that would even make everybody a better angler.
So you can see Steve Lopez here. He just put his talons down, or power poles, whatever he's got, and he's going to make this precise cast. He had caught, I don't know, 4 or 5 fish in a row on a crankbait right there.
Sure.
He just knows they're setting up right there on that little edge. Maybe there's a bunch of sticks on the bottom or something, and I think he's really hoping he's going to be able to put a fish in the boat there.
Yeah, and depending on obviously the water temperature of that canal, those fish could be in this more centered in the canal instead of up on the bank.
Exactly, and that's where they seem to be, where he's been catching them.
Correct.
Okay, I'd like to thank Colin for coming in, chatting with me. We're going to step out and let Matt and Kyle Kerpen come in and
What's that?
talk some fishing.
Someone's fishing line.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great afternoon.
Yeah, it's moving. And I break that one off. I'm having a score here. Why are you out where you're not supposed to be? Huh?
Can you give me an update?
We're live back here. Sitting next to me is the man, the myth, the legend, Kyle Carpenter.
You're not going to call me by my nickname. I appreciate that.
Lyle Carp Stomper. Yeah, what's the matter? You guys don't like nicknames?
I love nicknames. I got a nickname for everybody.
Yeah. Not always appropriate, right?
If you don't want to know, don't ask.
Don't ask. All right, so it's Matt Trotz and Kyle Carpenter sitting in here. We're getting ready to do the pairing show, but Kyle, we got some awesome battles going on.
What about Mike Mann coming back, huh?
Jesus. Well, and Mang Lee?
Yeah,
where'd
Mang
that
as
guy
well.
come from?
Oh, me him.
Oh, Steve Lopez hooked up here.
Nope.
Tell you what, if we were weighing under 2 pounds, Lopez would be running away with this thing with as many fish as he's been catching.
I'm checking my my clicker here, and I think that's about his 937th fish.
His hands were pretty tore up from yesterday, so.
Yeah, you need one.
All right, well, are you ready, Kyle? Because we're gonna
let's do some pairings for
we're gonna
next
seat
week.
the Marble Eye Madness all on the lower bay. Hey, do you want to talk about here you see the graphics, the boundaries for that event, so people can know what's going on a little bit?
Yeah, all the anglers were sent the boundaries for the event. Get them in my hand here so I don't make a mistake. Basically, it is no Fox River, so Green Bay Metro boat launch towards the lake, so up to the boat launch is inbounds, and then out to Littletail Point, over to Point Sabo. All the anglers did get the waypoints across that opening, so there should be no issues with that boundary. So that's a lot of water. They're going to have a lot of water to fish.
So get your trolling gear ready for next week, because we have a good feeling we're going to see a lot of that. All right, so the way this works for those who are not familiar, we're going to put 4 numbers across the bottom of the screen. So what I mean by that is you're going to see angler, so on. There you go. So you're looking at angler 10, angler 2, angler 7, and angler 4. We're going to let them soak on the screen for about a minute, and then we're going to call it off. And then I'm going to seat them. So when you seat them, you're way at home, you're voting for them. You're going to do a hashtag angler, let's say angler 10. And then once we place them, I'm going to go just all around the board and place them. Then we'll let the percentages go up, and then we'll reveal who those numbers are. So right now you're looking at angler 10, angler 2, angler 7, and angler 4. So remember, it's just hashtag before the angler and the number.
That's solid.
Let them kind of sit here while we're watching some.
Yeah, Jeremiah Shaver asked what the big difference is today with guys catching more fish in general. I think the guys are just, day 3 for these guys on the water is they're starting to figure them out more and more. The overcast is definitely helping. The overcast is definitely helping the, Justin flipping the wood. It should position them up a little better. The wind's not blowing as hard as it was. Guys seem to be figuring out the fish. Not all of them are on the bank.
Right.
Some of them are in the center of the canals. And as you can see with Lopez, he's throwing moving baits for the main part and just catching a bunch. He's just not getting the size.
All right, why don't we go ahead and stop the bidding. Actually, let's let it run for another second. There we go.
There we go. We don't have a tie now.
No more ties. All right, so Kyle, what's the first angler I'm going to slide into the position?
Angler number 4.
Angler 4, we're going to send you way up here. Next.
Angler 2.
Angler 2. We'll just go. There's a battle right there.
Angler 7.
Angler 7. And we're going to go to the opposite side on that one. Here, slide them way up in here.
And then Angler 10.
Angler 10. Here we go. Way on over. All right. So go ahead. We're going to throw another 4 numbers up. If they're not up there already, remember it's hashtag angler, then the number. And while we're waiting for those to be voted on, here I'm going to release the first angler information. I'm going to look at angler 4. Scott
Hausauer.
Yeah.
He's a returning customer. He fished our last event on the Fox River.
Can't get enough of that head-to-head stuff. Here
yeah,
we go.
he's a big fan of it. I've talked to him on the phone a few times. He's all in.
All right, angler 2. Who we got?
John Hines.
Nice. All right, go to the opposite side.
Another local, well-known Green Bay guide.
All right, angler 7. Oh,
Jesse Brady. Mountain Dew and
Hashtag
Marbles.
Marble Mountain Dew is back, everybody. There was people in the chat earlier that were pretty stoked for that. And last but not least, Angler 10, my favorite number.
Greg Cummings, that angler I'm not sure much about. Maybe Brian can give us some insight. He's the walleye guru around here without Captain Keller around.
All right, cool. So that's a cool thing about the head-to-head format, and I think we can stop the bidding here at any minute. You know, just like Jesse Brady, not real well known in our area, but a stick over there in Minnesota. We're going to make a name out of Greg Cummings, it sounds like. All right, here we go. What do we got next?
Angler 1.
Angler 1. We'll go right up here on that Monday side.
Glued myself to the
16.
All right. This is my Vanna White time right now, Kyle. There we go.
You look good doing it too.
Hey, man, appreciate it.
Angler 8.
Angler 8, sliding them way over here to Tuesday.
And Angler 12.
Angler 12. All right, there we be.
You get glue on your fingers, right?
Brian wants to set some more up there.
All right, let's go to the opposite side. Let's reveal Angler 8 on the Tuesday side. Josh.
Josh Hypus? Heptus? That's another angler I'm not sure about. Some of the other walleye anglers I've talked to said that he's pretty well known in the walleye world.
And again, we're going to probably not say your last name right a couple more times. So Angler 12, who are you? Heath.
Heath Hagdorn.
All right.
Everybody knows Heath.
All right, let's go over to the Monday side now. So let's go to Angler 1. Who's that? Chris.
Chris Barsh coming back again. He's another local guide out on Green Bay.
And last but not least, 16, Jeremy.
Jeremy Zimmerman. Again, another angler I do not know a lot about. So.
Well, you're a bass guy. Some guys would say you don't really know a lot about
I don't know much. I'm not going to deny it.
According to the chat, bass guys don't really know what's going on. So again, we got 4 new numbers up there. Remember, it's hashtag angler, then the number you want us see on the bracket. Just interrupt me if these guys start catching on them again.
Nope, it's.
As long as I can work
sounds like a real good
back
time
and
to.
forth for the last 45 minutes. Don't care.
You know, this one thing unique for next week is a change that them anglers are going to be hearing for the first time. Is in the past we've been launching out of Metro. For this next event, we're going to meet at Metro, and then the anglers can go launch somewhere else if they would like inbounds. They have to launch inbound. So if they want to go launch in Swamico, they'll be able to go do that. Be able to get their camera official and head over and launch in other places.
Well, we tried that for this event, and it's working out really well, right, Kyle?
Yeah, it's working great. The anglers seem to like it. It's really nice for the camera officials to meet in a central location. It's working out really good. We're kind of thinking that's going to be the norm for all the events going forward.
Again, because head-to-head is, conscious of fuel consumption and anglers.
Matt Ward's hooked up.
Pike Fest is still on.
Sounds like a pike. And on that note, let's stop the voting. See him land this fish, and then we'll go ahead and.
God, they're getting bigger.
Another slime rocket for Matt.
All right, what do we got over here, Kyle?
All right, Angler 3.
Angler 3.
Getting a lot bigger.
Monday.
Yeah, no kidding.
15.
15. Right in there.
Angler 9.
Slide him way across to this Tuesday side.
And Angler 6.
All right. So the last 4 numbers are going to get up there. Now go ahead and reveal. We're going to go back to the Monday side. Angler 3, who are you? John.
John Klumper.
Perfect. Angler 15. Tyler.
Tyler Hoffensberger. I'm not real sure on how to pronounce his name, so I'm going to not hack it again. We're just going to call him TH.
All right, over to the Tuesday side. Angler 9. Brad
Gunville.
And then last but not least, Angler 6. Brandon
Roos, another returning customer. As you can see, there's a lot of new anglers from our first few events on the Fox River, so that's definitely good to see.
Will all the pools be fishing in the cross event, or is it going to be just one, or do you know that yet?
Yeah, all pools will be open, pool 7, 8, and 9, along with the same concept I just said, is we'll be meeting at a central location. You guys will get your your camera officials, and you'll be able to launch wherever you'd like.
All right, cool. We'll let these names soak for a couple more seconds here, and then we'll place the final 4. Remember, what we're doing right now is we're placing the anglers for Marble Eye Madness, another event on the lower Green Bay portion of the water. By the name, they'll be fishing for walleyes.
Yep, Marble Eye. There's a local company around here that makes a pretty good beer called Marble Eye.
Well, hit us up. All right, stop the bidding. Let's see what we got here.
Well, Nick Schertz is hooked up here.
All right, let's let him let this fish get caught. That fish is in the mouth.
I'm looking for it. Get the board up quick.
Go ahead.
No, just 1/8.
1 pound 8 ounce. All right, Kyle, who's first?
All right, Angler 5.
Angler 5, sliding over here to the Tuesday side.
Right. Angler 14.
14.
Left or right?
We're on the Monday side now.
I'm asking you a question, left or right? We got a tie. We're going with left.
They're gonna
Angler 11.
They're gonna battle each other, so
either
it doesn't
way,
really
right?
matter.
And then Angler 13.
All right. Anybody catch any fish right now?
Not right this second.
42 minutes left, so let's wrap this up. All right, Angler 5, who are you? Jeff.
Jeff Erickson.
14. Robert.
Robert Klaus is coming back for another round.
Angler 11. Dennis.
Dennis Butts.
Angler 13. Michael Dennis.
Michael Dennis, 2 first names.
It's an awesome battle over there. All right, everybody. So right now you just looked at the pairing for the Marble Eye Madness starting next week Monday. Those are 8 o'clock events, right, Kyle?
Yes, they are 8 to 1 each day, Monday through Friday.
All right. So there is the pairing for the Marble Eye Madness. The bracket will be loaded to the H2Hfishing.com website soon. Are you going to hang in here with me for the rest of the day?
Yeah, I'll hang out for a little bit. Maybe we'll bring Troy back in before the end. One thing with the brackets for next week is we are paying 5 spots now. We're paying 100% out, just like we are this week with the bass event. So there is a non-winners bracket to figure out who's going to be getting 3rd, 4th, and 5th place payments. So everybody watching, it will be the exact same setup as this current event on Winnebago for next week. So,
and I mean, I'm watching the chat from earlier before when the announcement was made for that kind of stuff. People really liked that. And I just have the update here on the Omega Prize Pack giveaway that Tony Malica was so nice enough to join me and make that announcement. So we'll save that for, how about with 20 minutes left, I'll make that announcement.
yeah, Lopez and Megan, they got a great match going here. Sam McColeput and man, Justin catches one more good one. He's right back in the lead here. Neil Wazinski over Nick Schertz as of now. And Brian Eisch over Matthew Ward, as we just seen Matt catch a northern. I'm sure he's happy to set the hook after yesterday when he ground through.
Yeah, he had a live well going on. Matt Rest wanted to know earlier is where is Russell today? Russell is taking the next 2 days off, today and tomorrow.
Yep.
He's got to save his voice for next week walleye event. He'll be joining us back again next week.
Yeah, he's been traveling up here every day for the last 3 weeks for these events, so it's a welcome day off for Russell, I'm sure.
Well, and his store is picking up quite a bit over there, so we got to get him over there and make sure that TRS Sheboygan location is ready to rock with all the tackle that everybody needs.
Yeah, we did fill up our Madison Bass event today as well, so that bracket is full. Lacrosse Walleye is full. lacrosse bass is full. So if you're looking to get into one of these events, currently all the walleye events that we have scheduled are full. We're going to take a good hard look at some dates and try to get a couple more in there for you guys somewhere. And then Lake Geneva, Delavan and Whitewater, that event has some open spots. I believe the Crandon event, Matanga, has two remaining, and then Chetek, Red Cedar, and Rice Lakes has 11 remaining. So if you're looking to get into one of these bass events, you can head over to our website, h2hfishing.com, click on the registration tab. Travis Selesky's on the chat. He snagged up that final spot for Madison.
Maybe I can
so
pick one or two up in here, hopefully.
No, Captain Keller is not fishing the walleye event starting Monday. He's fishing the Bago event.
Not terrible.
Yep.
Lake laying down, it looks.
Yeah, I don't think the lake's really ever. We were protected in here a little bit.
That is correct.
Yeah,
we
but it's
stopped
not-
fishing
for a northeast
today at
wind,
1.
I think there'd be whitecaps.
Harley says Jesse Mardu. Brady is a fan favorite. When's that one, Spencer? Which one are you referring to?
the Winnebago walleye, possibly.
Yeah, if you go here, I'll share the link to the. Colin Martin's flashing out here. Thanks, Colin Martin, for joining us today again with our other awesome guest, Kelly Jackson.
Yeah, if you want to see all the events, you can click on the events tab on the website. The registration will just show you the ones that do have open registrations.
And then Tony Malica.
Bite it.
A lot of people enjoy watching head-to-head fishing. We really, really appreciate it.
Fishy.
That half an hour time frame is a great time for people to share it, tag it, like it.
Have you guys
subscribe
talked
to
about Meng's beard yet?
No, actually we haven't really.
That is a pretty epic Amish looking beard he's got going there.
Yep.
So here's a good question, Kyle. We get kind of a lot of these. On the list, are the lakes in order the way they're going to be fishing them? Meaning, like, is it going to be Geneva, Delavan, and Whitewater?
Yes, for that event, I can confirm and tell you that it's going to be Lake Geneva Monday, Tuesday, Delavan Wednesday, Thursday, and then Whitewater will be your championship day on Friday. Same with the Matanga event. It's going to be Matanga Monday, Tuesday, Pelican Wednesday, Thursday, and then boom will be championship Friday. Chetek, it's going to be 2 days on Chetek, 2 days Red Cedar, and then 1 day on Rice Lake on Friday.
There you, Jesse. Kyle just answered your question there about that battle.
Boom! Big hook set by Neil.
Big one. This ought to be the dagger. Get her in here. Big one. Oh, yeah. No, it's a smallie. It's not that big. It's a smallie, though. Don't think he'll weigh, though. Probably definitely not, right? Yeah.
Neil is
Yeah, that
half-coat
thing's
geared
good.
from head to toe.
No way that's too, I would think.
Like a swimming Senko there.
Might as well.
Yamamoto swimming Senko he was throwing.
Give it my magic touch before you hit it, dude.
There you go. Smallie. Nice to have a brown one. Doubt it. I'd take it if it is.
Here's
It's like a pound.
Let's see the swimming Senko.
Yeah, look at 1 pound. 1 pound, 2 ounces. Not even. Now, if we could just like combine, get them to be twice as big, it would work out. But nope. Alrighty, back at it. Nope. What again?
It's worth
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Nope, found another bait.
It's like a
to work.
watermelon.
Never know.
Yamamoto swimming Senko.
Oh yeah. They don't call him the fighter for nothing.
Kevin H., I'm assuming that's Kevin Herlitsky, he asked how much time the anglers will have when they pick up their cameraman to get to their landing and out to their fishing location. Oh, we got Steve Lopez hooked up. He's got some company in there now.
Yeah, 2 pounds.
I love the progression of the fans that are going out on the water every day since this started. And I'm talking way back for that first walleye event. It is awesome. Oh, stick another one.
That's
Oh,
what
a snake.
Sitting on.
Well, to answer Kevin's question quick, this week we've been meeting the anglers at 6:45, and they've been gone on their way to the ramp by like 5 to 7, so they have an hour to get launched and out to their fishing area before lines in at 8. Likely we'll do the same thing, maybe 6:30. All that will be communicated out.
Oh, I got another one? You kidding me? I got another one. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna leave the spot if it's over 2. Hopefully it's over 2. We can just leave the spot. This one's better. Feels better.
Another one?
Yep. Oh, it's another brown one. Is that another smallie? Hey, it's another smallmouth. A little bit better. Whew. Now we're talking. Now if it's just 2 pounds, it's game over. Need a dagger.
Is that Wayne Larrabee?
Oh, yeah.
Neil's calling in his inner Wayne Larrabee.
Taking away my job.
Okay, scales right here. Zeroed out. £1 pound.
1/8.
Yep, not big enough.
Terry
It's
Frey
okay.
for the walleye
Learning
event.
new stuff. That's for sure. Learning some new stuff. Right?
Terry for the walleye event in La Crosse, it's the same thing. You'll be able to fish all 3 pools, 7, 8, 9.
Back to Justin here.
Now this is a close battle with these two.
Boop!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Mike Man.
Oh my God!
Got
Into
it.
net.
Just came out too.
That looks like it will away.
He was talking how some of them bigger fish aren't really eating that bait as much as the smaller ones are.
She really wanted it. She came twice.
Two even.
Yes.
Hashtag tiptoe and pucker.
Beat me, you deserved it.
Let's talk about these matchups here.
Back to Neil here.
Mangley has got a 13-ounce lead over Steve Lopez. Justin, with that fish, gives him a 1 pound, 3-ounce lead over Mike Man.
With 30 minutes left.
With 30 minutes left. Nick is
Oh my
down
gosh,
by
I'm
2
right
pounds
now.
and 9 ounces to this gentleman you're seeing right here, Neil.
Now, hopefully it's 2. It feels big. Come on, buddy.
I'm going to step out and bring Mr. Kilgus back in for the rest of the day here.
All right. Sorry, guys.
Thanks, Kyle.
Oh, it's a little fatter. A little
For the
bit.
sake of how it's been going, I would wait.
Let's wipe that headset down. Kyle was on the last one to use it.
Come on. I don't want to fish tomorrow. Fishing's finally fun now. I figured something out. It's 1 pound 12 ounces. This
You want to
one's.
raise your hand up off of the bottom.
Yeah.
Because sometimes that does make a big difference.
Let's just reweigh it though, just to be sure. See if it's 13 ounces. We just need 3 more ounces to get this thing to be 2. So we got 0 and 0, guys. Now, weigh him. Okay.
What did it say?
1 pound 13. I just need 3 more ounces. Just get 1 2-pounder so we can call this match number. Oh boy. Absolutely stepped in there.
So the bait that Kyle thinks that Neil's using there was the swim Cinco. Yeah, I shared the link in the comments, so if anybody wants to see that again, I'd be happy to share that. Remember to use H2H10 before you check out to take 10% off on therealshot.com. So again, I was talking before Troy came back in here. I have the winner for the Omega tackle giveaway, and I'll announce that here in about 7 minutes or so. Omega is an awesome sponsor of the Real Shot. I'm sorry, of the Head to Head Fishing, and with the Real Shot, as well as Sportomotive. Ike says we should make a shirt with a big hook set silhouette and says tiptoe and pucker.
Get it?
Oh my God.
Definitely not scoreable. But a good sign.
Broke the cycle.
Yeah, I know.
You know, if we were playing NBA Jam, they'd be like, "You're on fire."
Yeah.
Look at that, 4 casts in a row.
Yep.
That is, I can't even
Well,
say it now.
These boat waves might make it better, because I can tell you one thing. Fish sometimes like a little bit disturbance, gets them going even more. Bigger ones, hopefully. One thing I could tell you, I fished this river for a long time. And actually this whole system, the whole Winnebago system, I fished it for a long time. I can tell you one thing. Where there's little fish, there's big fish. You never know when you're going to catch that 4 to 5 pounder. I've got a feeling it's coming up here soon. I just keep casting.
Yeah, he's definitely on a pot of fish, that's for sure.
I ain't gonna be able to compete with that tomorrow. I never know. Tomorrow's a different day, right?
Back to the Mang Lee, Steve Lopez battle. Now I have a question for you,
I think we're
Troy.
gonna make that run quick. So we want to start getting ready.
Where are we going?
Just right to that shoreline down there.
Okay.
Mang Lee's going to make a move. So Smallies, obviously school, but don't like size fish school together most of the time.
I don't know if there's going to be anything. Hoping something on that point.
So this camera one, we're gonna make a short run here.
Just because I haven't got bit in a while. We got to make a move. Gotta move. Gotta do something.
Okay. Oh my God.
Nah, it's not. Another nice smallmouth. Come on, buddy. You're okay. You're okay. You'll go back in a second. Be patient. Beautiful color.
All right, so we've watched him catch 5 fish in a row. Would it be a smart idea to try like a different bait in there at one point? Just for a couple casts and then go back to this? Gotcha. Oh my God, it's working. I'm not saying it's not working, but a lot of the fish he's catching are, you know, just shy under that 2 pound mark. Maybe a bigger bait might increase
this
it,
is better.
or
This
increase
has
your
got
chance
some
of a
weight
bigger
to it, or a
hook.
lot of fight. Oh boy. Come on, stay pinned. Stay pinned, buddy. Stay pinned.
Here might be that big fish he's looking for.
Oh my God, it's a giant. It's a giant. No, it's not that big, sorry. It's a little score though. Woo! Yes! Now that is 2. And there's your dagger. It did hit the side though, so I'm gonna have to just give myself a penalty. My camera didn't catch it, but it's well worth it. Now that's a chode. That's why we fished the Winnicott system right there, boys. That is a toad. That's what I like to call a toad. Let's see here.
About 3.5 would be my guess.
Probably. Oh, we got her. 0 pounds, 0 ounces on there. It's scared up, boys. What's that say? 2 pounds and 10 ounces.
210.
Beautiful fish. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. That ought to put the dagger on the end of this match. If Nick starts catching them, we'll just start fishing again. But for now, I think I'm just going to sit down, relax, eat a sandwich, and wait for tomorrow. But you guys better tune in. I think we finally figured this system out. And this is what I had in mind when I signed up for it. How to catch them is to go catch them like this, because it's my favorite system in the world. And that's how you should always be catching the fish out here. This is that good of a place.
All right, yeah, we got Troy back up here. We apologize for that. I like this comment though right here from Dylan Williams. He called a dagger against Nick Shirts.
Right.
With 20 minutes left to go in this competition. That's a bold move. But he's on him.
He's so confident he's sitting down eating a sandwich.
What? I didn't take a cast, so. Didn't cast. So I'm good still.
Oh, he's taking his 2-minute penalty, so he's eating a sandwich.
But hey, it's a good thing I went in break mode. Right? Okay, so it's 210.
Yeah, it was 210.
We're back out to a really tight matchup here. Mike looks like he's making a little move.
This is the worst part about doing this. Kind of idle in and idle out. This thing goes out long ways.
Where are you going next?
Back to that spot where the channel goes in, and we had a
Closer to where we came in.
yeah, middle of nowhere. I'll call anything else I can go back up the wall to?
Lee's making a little bit of a move as well.
Right, Justin and Mans, you mean? You mean like Mike Man?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Who I faced tomorrow though? It wouldn't be Mike Man, but
no, I don't know.
I think I was like, oh boy, you were like 17 pounds. You know, the guy says, oh boy. I was just gonna say, I think I maybe could catch that.
I'm curious actually to see how that'll work. How they're gonna seed that out.
Well, because I know they had the constellation bracket, which is what I'm in. So guys that lost yesterday.
What's that?
The guys that lost yesterday all got put into this bracket to fish for fifth.
Steve Lopez here just looking for one fish. One fish puts him in the lead over Meng Lee.
Watching that reminds me. Oh, back to Steve. That reminds me of a song. It's peanut butter jelly time. It's peanut butter jelly time. Daniel Elsner just signed up for Matanga. Thank you. All right. Before anybody hooks another one, I'm going to announce the winner of the Omega prize pack that Tony Malica named off. Steve Stark. Steve Stark. You are the winner. I will put your name in the comments here. You have to send us a message to H2H Fishing, and we will have Tony get in touch with you to get you your prize. So Steve Stark, you are the winner.
That was close.
Steve Stark, you won. Make sure to message H2H Facebook page.
Hey, can I get a weight update for camera number 4 and the guy he's going against, please?
This has been a real impressive matchup today.
Yeah, from where Justin started, you know, the other day to where he's at now, super impressive. Oh, Steve's on there. Sweet. There you go, Steve. Perfect. So send us a message, Steve, to
I don't know if
H2H
you got
Fishing.
that or not, but got spotty reception.
Facebook page.
I don't have time to run anywhere else. Might as well dump in here and see if we can get one last bite.
After he catches a fish, I'll start fishing.
Sure, there's been plenty of bites in here all week. You just want that to be a bite, but it's not. I'm hair trigger now. Just like at the end yesterday, I kind of get down to the end and it's hair trigger time. Anything I bum into is going to get hook set.
You know, Matt, we saw Nick in this same channel the other day put 2 fish in the boat quickly, 3-pounders.
Yep.
He could easily take this lead while he's fishing.
Yeah.
So this is never over, especially with a guy like Nick.
Right. What's the old adage? Just stomp on it until you.
That's right.
Just pin them down. Don't let them get up into.
Yep.
But that lake, I was.
It's never over till one of the ladies sings.
All of these anglers are good anglers. I wouldn't give any of them any chance to catch up.
Nope.
Unreal.
Mike swing and a miss.
That's a bummer.
I love how
14 minutes.
both of these guys are at 7 total fish.
Yeah, it's been a great match. We got a couple matches here where it is one fish. One fish could change the whole thing here.
Yeah, that Mang Lee. That's a 13-ounce. Steve
Right.
Lopez. That's literally
our Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
They've one fish is a big change.
Yeah, I actually did. I reached out to the gentleman that and sent him a prize back.
Could have been the fish I needed, but we'll never know.
No.
Oh.
Sure felt like a fish.
Right now is a real good time with just about 12 minutes left to announce some of our awesome sponsors. Thank you so much to Sportamotive. Again, if you're looking for a tracker boat, a nitro boat, a Polaris ATV, a lot of other awesome stuff, new or used, make sure to go to Brian Eich, hooked up or snagged up.
All right, let's go back to the chatterbait and wood.
So check them out locally when they reopen, or check them out at Sport-O-Motive. Yeah, I'm sorry, Sport. Is that a snapping turtle?
I don't know what that is.
Tire. So I'll just say that one more time. So sport-o-motive.com.
Give yourself some line there, Brian.
And thank you again to Omega Custom Tackle. Veteran owned and family operated small business. Brad and Michelle Fuller. Great company. Great team they have over there. Thank you again to Tony representing Omega today for coming on in. Find them on their reel shot, which is.
Come on.
Oh
Be a
my
keeper.
God.
Feels like a keeper. Feels like a good keeper. Oh boy.
Oh, that looks like a nice fish. That looks like a really nice fish. Get that jerkbait out of the way, Mike.
Yes. I think my name starts with a C, does it not?
You are something. You are something.
Zeros.
Jesus Christ.
Two 8.
2-8.
There you go.
Wow.
2 pound 8 ouncer.
Oh,
10 minutes left. That's
Wow.
huge.
I was just taking the time to put it in. Mark Grahn, ISG tube, dude. Thank you. All right, cord. 2-8, right?
Yep. Get that in there. Ooh, I bet you those commentators are just going crazy.
Actually, we're speechless.
Yeah, we're just letting Mike
I
talk
pushed it
here.
in, so I didn't. It came back to me. Make it
It
verify.
was 2-8, right?
Yes.
I don't think Mike Mann is
Just
going to have a
verify, but
sandwich,
can't
though.
remember if
I don't
it's
think so.
2-8.
I don't
2-8.
think he's going to claim a dagger. That is some clutch fishing. He's right.
Holy shit.
There's another swear jar.
Yeah.
All right, well, there you see the updated score there.
Your
So
guy's
now
down 1 pound 5 ounces.
Well, I got work to do yet.
Yep. Also, Zach, camera 4 needs to change battery ASAP.
So Mike moves in the
All right.
lead with 19 pounds 15 ounces. Justin is at 18 pounds 10 ounces. That is only a 1 pound 5 ounce difference. See, Mangley is holding on to his battle over Steve Lopez here so far. It's just a 13 ounce separation. 8 minutes 30 seconds left. Then back over to Neil and Nick Schertz. He's Neil is up right now. He has 9 pounds 15 ounces over Nick Schertz. That's a 5 pound 3 ounce lead to Nick's 4 pounds 12 ounces. Brian Eisch, 4 pounds 7 ounces over Matthew Ward. He's still looking for his first 2 pound
Probably got a good amount of viewers today.
fish.
Bite it, bite it, bite it, bite it.
There's 8 minutes to go. Oh, you got it.
Damn weeds.
Yeah.
Come on, big one.
How much time?
8 minutes.
Okay.
Here we go. Here you're looking at the quad screen with the tight battles.
What?
You're at 19 pounds 15 ounces, I believe.
I am? Or make sure he's not.
Oh, you are. It's just hard to read the screen.
I guess with your final 4 anglers, you wouldn't see it any other way, right?
Right.
Nice and tight, right to the end.
Yep. Fantastic.
The fantastic 4.
One more 3-pounder, please.
Wow.
What's
No,
going to be
I'm
interesting
asking.
if this
One
holds
3-pounder.
out the way it is we're going to see
knew they'd
an upper
replenish,
lake
but
fisherman and
damn.
Mike
Wait, first
Mann
one,
and
too.
Lake Winnebago fisherman in
I'll
Wyoming
take
Lee.
it. I'll take it.
And how that's going to battle out tomorrow and shape out. I would assume they're going to do their same tactics.
And I'm serious, folks. This spot is out in the middle of nowhere. We were pulling up to fish the rock
Sucks I don't have
point
my
over
weed
here,
guard
and I
on
threw a
here.
jerkbait out, caught some shorts, and then I come back to it. How crazy is that? Oh, it's gonna make things tough. Just gotta feel it and believe it. Pretty much all it is. And my favorite word when fishing, next. I'm a runner and gunner. The next spot will be better.
Yeah, the cameramen are allowed to update the anglers. The anglers can find out for themselves already, but just by going on the phone. But you just heard the Zach give the camera officials an update of the weights. Closing in at 5 minutes 15 seconds left. Thank you everybody for being great on the chat again today. And
Can't take this anymore, man.
Got like 5 minutes left.
I know, it's eternity, man. It's a long time.
What's weird is I went through there with a jerkbait and he never touched it. What's up with that? Sticks and weeds and stuff I'm coming up with.
so the winners obviously will be fishing tomorrow.
I don't know if I can
and
fish
then
another
the
day tomorrow.
losers
Dang.
will also fish tomorrow of these 2 matchups for 3rd and 4th.
It's got some air under those Crocs.
He knows that 13 ounces is not a lot. 4 minutes is a lot of time. Now, let's talk about that. If an angler were to hook up in the final seconds, that fish has to be above the gunnel and in the boat in order to count.
Doesn't have to be in the app. It just has to be in the boat.
In the boat. Yep.
And he can.
Time?
4 minutes.
You didn't catch anything, right?
I will look. As far as I know, he's down a pound and 5 ounces.
I forgot.
What a great semifinal day.
It was an awesome day. Absolutely fantastic. Steve Lopez just swung and missed.
What is the weight for camera 4 and the guy he's competing against again?
This is on the Lake Winnebago system. This is unbelievable. Like, who would have thought after the way the
It's it.
Lopez.
Steve Lopez.
It's it. I think it's it.
Whoa.
Oh, it's gonna be so close.
2 minutes and 35 seconds left to get this. Oh my God.
That is going to be a close fish.
Zeros.
Zeros.
Oh. $113. I'm reweighing.
113.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Weigh it again.
I know you don't want to take the time, but you got to take the time. Weigh it again.
$113.
Oh, 113. He's got a minute 50 to do that again with a 2+ pounder.
Wow.
What's that?
Just over a minute.
Okay.
Everybody at home, are you on the edge of your seat like Troy and I are?
You got one more in here for me.
Please do us a favor. If you absolutely love this format, now is the time. Share it, tag it, subscribe, do whatever you got to do. Let everybody know how awesome head-to-head fishing is. I'm almost speechless. I think I'm sweating. Short of breath. I can't imagine what these 4 of the Fantastic 4 are going through. An awesome day. The conditions have been brutal all week long. Today, Thursday, has been proven to be a phenomenal day. This one's going to go down in the history books.
I'm assuming it's the one he's wearing. I will change that. He just told me my microphone battery died and that I have to change it before I do the angler interview, which means you're probably still ahead. He's telling me I have to do an angler interview.
My mic is dead.
35 seconds left here. Can we have a... Can these anglers hold on?
Come on, be it.
Oh my God, here we
Steve
go.
Lopez. Oh, it's going to be short.
Just not it.
Oh.
I think it's a good decision. He makes another cast, maybe. I mean, but he's got. Yeah, he's done. Shoot.
Oh my God.
Wow. Now, if he hooks up right here, it would just
It doesn't
be
count.
Unreal. Correct.
Right,
but
but
it would just be unreal.
Can you imagine that?
It's over.
All right. Yeah. Dude.
Hey, like I said, he can't have a better Fantastic 4 than that. That's
Oh
great.
my God, everybody at home. What are your thoughts? The chat is absolutely blowing up right now. This is what people wanted to see. Ask and you shall receive. This has been such an awesome day here for the Fantastic 4. Plus the other guys did a great job. Troy, I'm going to go to you, my man. Did you expect this day to end up this way?
Well, they're the Fantastic 4 for a reason.
Right.
You know, they won 2 rounds. You know, we thought there were going to be some good fish catches, but it's so great how these matches come down to one fish, each one. It could have been the other way around. We could have had 18 pounds against Steve Lopez, and he's down by 16 pounds, and there's no chance.
Right.
It ended up being the way it was. Great for entertainment, great for the fishermen, a little stressful.
So much drama out there today. It was awesome. We had guys, losing fish. We had a lot of pike catches. We had, some guys just looking for a first 2-pounder, even of the whole entire event for the most part. I mean,
right.
It was just, we had a sandwich. We had a guy enjoying a nice Sammy on the water today. This is what head-to-head is really all about. It is as live as you absolutely can get. I mean, we've heard Mike Mann say a couple of choice words every so often.
Yeah, he might have to pay half of his entry fee back in the swear jar.
Well, in the swear jar, there's people on the chat saying it's a swear keg by now. Listening to Mike Mann, all his proceeds are going to go back to the camera officials. Have been doing a great job as well. So, a lot of interesting tactics today. You got your crankbait, your square bill was
Steve
thrown.
Lopez really put it to work, and it was just... He just could not get the size.
I would love to see stats on how many fish were so damn close to that 2-pound mark. Swear jar me up on that one.
Right.
But 50, 60?
I don't know.
Am I high? Am I low on that?
You might be high, but I mean, you might be in the 25 range as numbers of fish he caught.
Absolutely,
which is
just
the most we've seen.
Found him and was doing a phenomenal job. So remember, everybody, we're waiting for some on-the-water interviews here, but this is a great time for us to recap our amazing sponsors, Omega Custom Tackle, Sportamotive, who is flashing at the ticker right now, The Real Shot. Remember, if you're going to make a purchase, get some of that awesome Omega Custom Tackle on therealshot.com. Use H2H10, saves you 10%. And if you don't use it, you lose it. I mean, make sure to get that entered. Sportamotive, Tracker, Nitro, Polaris, ATVs, UTVs. I can't even talk right now. I got cotton mouth. I feel like I ran a mile. So enough of me. Let's go to the water.
Well,
there we go.
It was a great period. Learned a lot today that I didn't know about, and really just went back to the basics. Really excited for tomorrow. Really excited to get after it. I think I really figured out something. Really figured out something special. Stay tuned tomorrow, and you're gonna see a lot of fish caught. I promise. And that's it.
I don't know. Tell us. Tell us everything.
I don't know. I try to make changes every day based on how the fishing went the day prior. And I decided to go with a little larger profile, and I changed up my colors. Definitely caught more fish than I have in the previous days, but I'm still not where I need to be. I think I kind of got given a win today, kind of like Monday. So tomorrow, I got to make some changes and hopefully find some better fish. So that's really about it. I think I fished clean today. I think I missed 3 fish. I think I caught 6 or 7. But it was enough for a win, so I'll take it.
Wow. Justin, proud of you, buddy. Phenomenal. Good job. Thanks for making me burn my freaking fish that I have going. Nicely done, buddy.
You want to do your interview?
Sure.
Talk about whatever you like.
Oh. I want to talk about my wife and my kids. They allow me to do what I do. It's amazing. They make plans come summertime, and I'm out doing tournaments and guiding and stuff. But they love me, and I love them. It's a great thing. For all you fishermen that got good women behind you, keep them. Today was more of what I normally do. I go out and I find fish, and I pick one off at a time, and and you saw me do a lot of that today. Tomorrow might be a lot more running and gunning if the fish don't show up. They're pulling in slowly, and it's very weird, but I should be able to hold up tomorrow. I'll find them. Someone fished my wall up there early this morning, and one of the walleye guys came by and said, yeah, there was 2 guys up there pulling 3-pounders. So thanks, guys. Appreciate that. I don't know what to tell you otherwise, but I appreciate everybody's help. Chiefs Baits, Mark's Quality Marine, where he owns ISG, Mark Gron. Oh, Modern Woodman for employing me. I love what I do. I love helping families and take care of things for them if you ever need help with that. And Mike's Quality Guide. Definitely get a hold of me sometime, you guys. It's on Facebook. It's brand new, so check in, say hi. And John Boyle, Orthopedic Solutions, he's the man. He's awesome. He's building his business like crazy. So appreciate it, everybody. Thank you very much, and watch tomorrow. It could be interesting again.
One thing I'd like to say to everybody, before this tournament I ran into a couple of local bait shops up by me. I think that's really important for everybody to realize this time of year with everything going on. Those guys are really struggling, and go into your local bait shop, spend a few $100 if you got some stuff you need. Really help those guys get through a tough time. So, you know, I mean, everybody's got to chip in and do that, otherwise a lot of these guys are going to not make it through this. So go visit your local tackle shop. I went into Dave at Aquatic Arts and Tomahawk, and Kurt Justice up by Kurt's Island Sports Shop in Minocqua. You could go to Chuck's Sports Shop in Tomahawk. Stop in and give these guys a little business and help them get through this stuff, and then get out fishing.
Let me know when. Wow, what a finish, man. Started off going after smallies on the south end. Water's just too dirty. Gave that about a half hour. Then I ran some channels, hoping that one channel would have reloaded. Nothing. Went to another one. Nothing. Caught a pike. And with the weather that we're having, I figured, man, the smallies got to be biting now. So I made the run. It was a good half-hour run north. And I should have put 4 in the boat, but I only put 2. Which was enough to move me on to the next round. Super stoked, super excited. I don't know what I'm gonna do tomorrow. I want to thank my wife. She's awesome. I forgot my rain jacket this morning. She actually ran it out to me. So thank you, baby. Thank you to all the family and friends who are watching. Pretty sure you guys are on the edge of your seat. I guess I had to make it interesting, right? Tomorrow's another day. I guess we'll have to figure out what we got tomorrow. Thanks to the guys at The Real Shop for putting this on. All the sponsors, Omega Custom. You guys are awesome too. I got to start using some of your baits and see how them do for me. Other than that, we'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right. Awesome.
Good interviews.
Awesome interviews. Again, I like the reason we threw that Nick Shirts in there is because this is a great time to go support local businesses.
Right.
For those who are open and those who are trying to maintain through all this COVID stuff, that is super critical. So that was one reason we threw that portion in there. That's really important. And make sure you say thank you when you're in those places as well. You know, your grocery stores, all those kind of locations. Remember, these people are getting put out in the front lines as well during all this kind of stuff, your hospital workers and so on and so forth. But enough about that. Make sure you're right back here tomorrow at 8 o'clock. That Mangley Mike Mann battle
should be a good showing.
Gonna be awesome. That you know, you're gonna see some more fishing tomorrow as well, meaning like there's more anglers.
Right.
You know, keeping it interesting. So throughout the new improved bracket. So again, thank you everybody for tuning in today. Thank you everybody in the chat for keeping it clean, keeping it entertaining. Thank you to Kelly Jackson, Tony Malica, and Colin Martin. And a big thanks to Troy Romo here to my right.
Come on.
So I'm Matt Trotz. We're out of here for the day. We'll see everybody back here tomorrow at 8 o'clock.